Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can't really script it much better. The chaos of last week leading into the first round of this week. Honestly, there's just so many cool storylines. And yeah, Final Boss Syndicate, uh, even more impressive because we're running it back. Just last week, we saw these two teams go at it, and it helped determine what the final placement for a lot of this playoff bracket was going to end up looking like, and it really shook up the whole top six. And now they're going to be dueling yet again, but this time it's all to play for best of five, and loser gets eliminated. So yeah, no, it's crazy. This entire series, this entire playoff scene is going to be a fantastic ride. Yeah. Yeah, it really should. And you kind of hit the nail on the head. Final Boss were one of the top teams, I think, going power ranking wise, for both community and for staff. They were like a top two, top three team for I think up till week about four. And Syndicate were kind of struggling in that like sixth through fourth placing. Um, but just an insane run by Syndicate, going into the late parts, really only losing to DA, which is part of the reason why the shakeup was so drastic last week. Besides that, they were pretty much flawless towards the whole second half of the split. So Syndicate really strong to close it out. Final Boss kind of struggling, like you said. I think they lost last week. Yeah, they lost last week. They did beat Summit, which unfortunately you kind of expect. But they did kind of get a little hairy against some of the top teams in the league. So now that we're in the playoffs, none of those games previously matter. Also, like I mentioned before, it's a best of five tonight. So really a change of pace for the entire split. We're gonna have to wait and see how they hold their own when the match really matters.
Alrighty, hopefully that should be fixed on my end there. A little bit of issues with video there.
Yeah.
But here we have hopefully I would say a pretty well balanced all-stars here for the split going on here for the regular season. We do have two mints coming out here, but the rest being all from different teams. Daro into the top, Jake in the jungle, Frozen mid, Melly into the bot lane, and Coach Pizza at the support there. Soren, what do you have on these people?
I mean, honestly, if you were expecting anything crazy, I or anything different, I think you're crazy. Obviously, Melly G was like number one on kills per game for the longest time. Frozen Forever has been a lockdown in that mid lane, just causing havoc for ID, top of the league. Obviously, Mint really, really strong as well, and Daro and Coach Pizza, whether that's partially because of some of the compositions that Coach Pizza pulled out throughout the split. And then, of course, Jake, who I've labeled the statistical demon, is number one or two in like three of stats. He's in the top 10 for, I think, what is this? One, two, three, uh, four, five of the eight statistics that we keep track of for the player stats. And he's in the top 10 for all of them. It's insane. And honestly, this has been a really even. I I do feel kind of bad. Melly G doing a fantastic job. Lul Caven over on the number two, I think also could have easily had a shout at this uh, top one because again, yeah, another statistical demon. Pretty much everywhere where Jake was, Lil Caven was like one behind them. So Melody obviously very well deserved, really carried Final Boss for the first half and was a star for them even when they were struggling towards the later half. But Lil Caven, I think, easily could have had a shout as well. So it was a very, very intense all-star race. So many of these players could have a real shout at being in the number one spot, but the number ones, they were just so consistent. They were consistently strong, whether that's statistically in the games or like mentality wise. And they're many of them, the individual reasons you could even say for why their teams were so strong and made it this far into the playoffs. And every one of these teams, I think, whether it's because of these players or not, they could win this whole thing. And I don't think anyone would bat an eye. No one would be surprised because they're just that good.
Yeah, and 4 out of 5 of these players are actually playing here tonight.
Yeah.
So they're we're gonna lose at least one of them here between the Final Boss and the Syndicate here. So it's kind of the battle of the All-Stars on the stream here between Jungle and ADC. So it's kind of up to these two star players to really come out swinging here in this best of 5 to see if they cannot pull out a win. On the other side, we do have Mint playing on the other side of the bracket here, holding 2 of the 5 here. So if they actually end up falling, that will be quite a big upset considering they hold the most out of the all-stars here. But we'll have to see on that, since unfortunately that is not going to be streamed here tonight. But Syndicate and Final Boss, we have 2 clear favorites to watch, I would say, in tonight's games to see if they can really show up here from their regular season performance here into the playoffs. Now, instead of it being a best of 3, we get a best of 5. So we have a chance for 5 games. We have a lot of chances for both these teams to bounce back from a possible slump in their series. So it's just, perfect, just real perfect cinema here.
Yeah, no, you really can't. Genuinely, you can't script this any better. Like I already kind of mentioned the chaos that happened. I mean, Mint won their final week and dropped places and dropped them out of the top 2, which is just like kind of crazy thought to wrap your head around. But that's just how everything kind of leveled out after we saw the win for. Oh geez, I am mind blank. I apologies, but Black Twitch League losing kind of set up the last team to be in and secure that Divine Ascension. There we go. Yeah, but Mint lost and Divine Ascension ended up hopping them into second, and that's just a crazy thing to really consider. So now we're in these playoffs. Every single one of these teams have those key players. Obviously, Jake for the side of Syndicate tonight, and honestly, I think it is just straight up Melee G for Final Boss. Final Boss are a very strong team. Death Master Pawn, excuse me, and Melee G both rocking over 3.3 KDA. So it could have been either of them, but man, Melee at times just putting the entire team in the back. I think they're the player to watch out for them. But we are going to get into game number 1, best of 5. So both of these teams have to play a little carefully with their draft. So they don't want to give away every secret. They don't want to pull out all their tricks in one draft because it might just be a log night, especially with 2 caliber teams like we've got.
Yeah, I definitely see a version of this where we go to 5 games. I could see a version of it where one gets stomped out, another one. That's the crazy thing. I could see Final Boss 3-0. I could also see Syndicate 3-0, but I just as easily see a 3-2. That's just how I would say volatile it is to really say that any of these teams are just straight up better. I do like the Gwen band coming out from Final Boss. One of the strongest, like Gwen, Neferi, top 2 most OP, strongest champions in the game right now. Caliban obviously towards Metro. He's probably never going to be able to get to play that champion even here into playoffs here. Rounded out with Zyra, Karthus, and the Mel.
Yeah, and I mean, Final Boss, and just in general, I don't think it's anything crazy. We are going to see that Neferi, like you said, I think with that Gwen is just the number 1 pick. Neferi is even so strong that I think it's like the number 1 pick ban for even top tier play right now. So to see that go unbanned and picked up first, not surprising at all. That jungle pick is just so strong. Yeah, Gwen, that's Zyra, obviously the Akali to ban out Metro specifically. Nothing crazy. The Poppy flex, I know we saw that last week, different set of teams, but we saw that flex be used as great use as it kind of caused a little bit of chaos. We do see the Lucian. I'd assume we see the Nami to follow suit.
I would assume that as well, yeah.
Yeah. I do kind of like the Garen pick here, at least statistically. Again, it's playoffs. Who knows what's going to happen? It's a whole different ball game, especially in the best of 5. But Crab Degenerate was one of the players that was struggling the most on Final Boss. Still having a positive KDA, being on the winning team, but still very clearly the player to struggle. So give them a Garen, something simple to operate, something that can win lane pretty easily in the right matchup, and just have them get that winning or consistent lane. I'm not surprised to see that come through. Don't make it flashy, just make it winnable.
Yeah, that's the name of the game around. Just, we don't need to win, super flashy. We just need to get here into the semifinals and hopefully into the finals here. Okay. Caitlyn going to be locked in for Melly here. I was about to say, Jinx is still up. Nefiri actually, if the update ended up coming through at the very start of the split, probably would have taken Jinx spot.
Probably
from most pick banned, but Jinx currently not banned or picked yet. There's the Nami. Caitlyn going to be the answer, and I actually like this. It pretty much shuts down kind of what Lucian wants to do, right? Like very hyper aggressive, find a lead into the lane, and it's like, well, I'm just gonna pick Caitlyn and do what Caitlyn does: sit back, farm safely, and still have a lot of pressure and prio in the lane.
Yeah, that extra range, it makes it really difficult for Lucian to kind of really operate in. And I think even outranges the bubble for Nami. So it really kind of makes it difficult for that bot lane to play. I do like that we've been seeing a little bit of a change up, because we've been seeing so many teams do kind of what Syndicate's doing right now, at least what they're hinting at with the Poppy, of like the jungle and then the bot lane pairing. But with the instance of Nefiri, a lot of people are also putting a lot of pressure on the top side early into the draft. So I actually like Final Boss's strategy here, and that Caitlyn was a very good response. But bans, we do see the Ahri, not surprised, another one of those champions that are just super strong in the mid lane. Lissandra as well. Notably, Syndra is still in the mix. That's a little scary. I know we've seen Metro dominate on that, just like many mid laners have. But 2 target bans for Metro, not surprised. Meanwhile, the Mordekaiser ban up on the top lane, that's followed by the Aatrox as well.
Ooh,
so
the Vlad insta-lock. They were ready for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we have seen Vladimir in previous games. I actually think Coach Pizza, why am I blanking on the team? I know Coach Pizza, I think, was the one who loaded that one up and sent it on to the Rift. Now we're seeing it in playoffs. It was very, very strong. It was a problem in that mid lane, really hard presser lane, really hard to just kind of exist in a lane with Vladimir, though a Silas might be a very strong reply to that.
Yeah, so Silas coming out here. We do see the Lux as well, probably going to be paired down with that support, or even maybe the Maokai. Some lockdown for this Caitlyn, but Silas, all right with the Vladimir ultimate. You got the Tsunami from the Nami. The Colling's kind of all right. The ultimate from the Poppy can be very strong. It can either be like next to useless, or it can be like something that decides to fight to just set up a very easy just numbers advantage. So it also makes it kind of hard for this last pick for Syndicate, because it's like, well, a lot of things can work with this comp, and it's like, but we don't want to pick something that, Silas can get a lot out of. And this is a good example. Galio, that might actually work with the Poppy engage and maybe to follow up with the Vladimir if he dives in, but it's perfect for the Silas. He would love to take that ultimate away.
Yeah, absolutely. I do kind of question here what's the composition going to look for Syndicate, because Poppy either can go top or bottom, also could flex into support, but they have Nami, so I'm assuming support is going to be locked in for that. But Poppy, Vladimir, and Galio? I'm assuming Galio is going mid. I don't think Galio can really flex anywhere besides that support.
I mean, Galio top is a thing that has been played, so it is possible. It can't be either Galio or Vlad. But either way, between both of these, is there realistically a matchup where it's like better or worse? I would assume Garen would probably prefer the Galio over the
Vlad. I would agree. I think the Vladimir, with how much life gain they really have, I think Garen would really struggle. But it's Garen. I don't think it. When I say struggle, I mean it wouldn't be able to like 3-tap him. But or just instantly open and get the kill. But I definitely think Galio would struggle a little bit more. So I'd imagine Yeah, no, I don't think I
It's
particularly
tough.
like the Syndicate draft. There's some good answers, but between that Silas, the Caitlyn down that bot lane, that steady hand of the Garen up on the top lane, I do think Syndicate, at least in the early, like in that laning phase, might struggle a bit against Final Boss.
Yeah, I do kind of like the final boss composition here a little bit more than Syndicate. There's a lot more clear like win cons
Hmm.
for them. They have answers to what Syndicate wants to do as well. The Vlad really big for Syndicate if they can get it to the late game, so they have
Yeah,
very solid scaling. But then you just kind of have this Lucian Nami in here where it's like you pick this to really try to do a lot with it. And if you can't really get much out of it, it's I don't want to say it's a useless pick, but it's not doing what you wanted it to do. Like it's not doing its job correctly. Right. And if you have
yeah,
like a very like even an even bot side here, I would say Caitlyn is probably going to provide a little bit more pressure and has a little bit, I would say, better and easier time to play the game with the composition that Final Boss has. And the you have kind of like this like engage dilemma where it's like, okay, we can send the Poppy to engage and we can follow up with the Galio, but it's like, then who's gonna peel for the backline? And you have Nefiri you have to worry about, you have Garen you have to worry about, and
yeah.
it's hard to fully dive into a Caitlyn with so much range. Might fight with the Great Peel, and then Silas is just gonna do what Silas does and just be this bruiser mage, just doing whatever he needs to do in the fight, whether it be stealing Galio art and getting the hero's entrance, getting the Hemo Plague off with the Vladimir, giving him a bunch of extra damage with the damage amp and this lifesteal. So there's just so much that Final Boss has. I would say it's a little bit easier for them to play into Syndicate. If Syndicate can wash away the early game, then they should have it in the bag. But they got it in this game quickly, even with the Vlad. Unless it just gets to a point where Syndicate can just absolutely out macro Final Boss with the Vlad late game carry.
Yeah, this I agree 100%. I do think this game very rarely is going to rely on probably like the first 10 minutes. If Syndicate can't really find an advantage, I think they're really going to struggle because you mentioned a little bit, but they're still in the Fury. The Garen, the Caitlyn, the Silas, those are all problems, but there's a reason the Fury is like the number one pick band in the current meta, and it's because it is so strong. It is also really gank heavy, so as we approach that 10-minute, I would not be surprised if we've already seen multiple ganks from them, but we're going to see them providing a lot more pressure in lanes. So, on top of Syndicate possibly struggling in their own lanes, they're going to be having to deal with that in the Fury, just absolutely causing chaos throughout the Rift. So, I do fear for Syndicate a little bit, but at the end of the day, I mean, it is playoffs. You never know.
It's
This
anything's
easily
possible.
still could be a massive matchup. I mean, Jake is still a heavy favorite for that MVP role. So if we can see just a masterclass out of Jake on what I'm assuming this is going to be the Poppy jungle. If we could see some great Maxo, it has a Poppy jungle. Thank you, production. But if we and Vladimir top. Okay, so yeah,
Okay.
Galio is going to be the one going into that Silas. That's going to be interesting. No, but if we could see a very good game from Jake, really helping out the lanes, putting pressure, maybe securing a few kills early. Obviously, Poppy's not the hyper carry, but can be a massive playmaker for the rest of the team. If we could see them start that early, keep pressure, and allow this Victor to just scale. Not Victor. I'm going crazy. That's the wrong character. Vladimir. If we can see them scaling, I could see Syndicate bringing it back. But it's definitely, I think, leaning Final Boss. They have the easier win condition.
Yep, especially with everything that we have gone down here. Final Boss with the early advantage into the regular season. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and head into a quick break for this spectator delay. Do not go anywhere. We have game one of this best of 5 series between Final Boss Esports and Syndicate. See you then. Alrighty, we are in. That is the wrong screen there. We are not back into the draft. We are
Show and
in
draft.
game. But just in case
So
you guys
draft.
didn't know what was in, here we go. Now we enter a game that is a black screen. There we go.
There we go.
Scuff is a feature. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Final Boss Esports versus Syndicate. Best of 5 series into this quarterfinals. We're going to see who cannot take the leap here and get a really good momentum charge here, as we're already seeing a little bit of trade going on between Jake and Deathmaster here. So Deathmaster showing supremacy early, right? That's exactly how it works in the jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just enough chip damage to push him off the lane. No recall, but that means they still won. And the Fury, obviously, getting a little bit of chip damage in is going to be helpful. Might make him play a little bit more carefully for their clear. Obviously, we'll put pressure on them not to go for a gank, but they are going to go for a bit of an invade. It will just be dropping a ward, but that is going to be noted. It's going to be held in kind, though.
Yep, ward followed up into the top side
yeah.
here for final boss. Beginner's going to see it. A dash coming out from Metro, getting a little bit of a trade off. It's going to favor him there.
Yeah, but nothing too crazy. Just a little bit of chip damage. This level 1, though, that range being used to great effect by Melly is going to do a little bit of chip, win out that trade. But the pressure between this Caitlyn range and those bombs from the Malachi is possibly going to be a very big nuisance for Kumi and Knighton there, as they are going to be winning out this trade early. And also going to get this full wave. So bot lane is going to be one of the matchups we keep an eye on. I'm also very interested in that mid lane. I think that top lane between Garen, who's already going to do a lot of damage, but that extra healing factor from the Vladimir, I think we're going to see a pretty neutral game state for them. So the two lanes that I'm really going to keep my eye out for is this mid and bot lane. I think those are the two lanes that are going to have the biggest impact as we get into the mid and late game.
And it's also looking out between Melly and Jake, both of these all-star coming into this game between the ADC and the jungle. So we're going to see if they cannot pull up and really do a lot for their team here. As we're seeing Metro going into the mid lane after Truck being proc for Boogie. There's the Justice Punch landing right onto Metro. Unfortunately, not getting that level 3 as Boogie got, so really big advantage coming out for him. But again, Melly just using this advantage as, I mean, he went first strike here. So he's going to try to farm as much as possible, get as much damage into Kumi and Knight as possible to just try to pressure this lane and just make this Lucian Nami useless, which is exactly the name of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing them get pressured pretty much under the turret, and they're doing what they can to try to even push them off the wave, but the Lucian's doing what it needs to do to stay in. Lots of trading happening in the mid lane.
Yep, Taunt's barely going to miss out, but so is the stun. There's the Q coming out from Boogie. A lot of damage coming out for both. Conquer, though, for Metro is going to give him a slight advantage for the longer trade, but still, oh, the flash coming out. Justice Punch going to land. Flash going to be answered from Boogie Nerd. Wasn't even needed, but he doesn't care. Picking up first blood. Metro going to fall down within 3 minutes.
Okay, that is massive for the side of Syndicate. That's going to be a nice bit of pressure and a nice healthy chunk of gold into the pockets of this Galio. Notably, the CS difference was in favor of Xylas, so this is going to help level that out as well. We did see the TP also get used by the Sylas to get back into lane, so that's something to keep an eye on. The pressure is already back in full swing in the mid lane. Then the Fury is going to be spotted, and
Jake into the mid lane. Knows Metro doesn't have the flash. The Fury is nowhere close, but there's the wall, but the steadfast presence to make sure he cannot get over. Nice flash coming out from Jake for the stun into the wall. I'm pretty sure Yoso grounded him with that steadfast presence right on the edge there. And so far, not looking good for Metro into this mid lane early on. 2 kills going over to Boogie Nerd.
Yeah, no, that's not amazing for Final Boss. It is a little bit rough for that mid lane. This Sylas really does want to get ahead early, wants to have that pressure. So not having that is going to mean a bit of a struggle bus time for them as we start getting into 5 to 10 minutes. I'd imagine it's going to be a lot quieter in the mid lane than they would probably prefer. And yet again, we do see this in the Fury. They're playing around it so well.
Engage coming out from Cal J here. Flash going to be forced out from Knighton. Kumi is trying to do a lot of damage here. Net is barely going to miss. Same with the pacemaker there. But it is going to force. Oh, there's the flash coming out with the silence. There's Ignite. Flush going to be.
Oh,
Lord Beach
no
going to be
ult.
forced to flash as well. Knight not going to be quite enough. One more auto might have been. But the pool going to save Beach there as Melly now looking for a possible push into a reset here. As see if they want to try to do
Okay.
something here. Melly just has enough mana for probably around one more spell, but looks like they're just going to equalize and stay in lane. Jake now into the spot side though, possibly looking for something.
Yeah, and notably, Nefiri has been kind of nullified. I was trying to get to it earlier before the team fights. Are we gonna have another one?
Yeah,
Gang's
Bubble is going
definitely
to
coming
be
through.
dodged over. CalJ not going to be able to knock him away with that Q. Jake going to pick up a kill finally for himself there. As 3 kills going over to Syndicate, not even 6 minutes in, just at 6 minutes. That is
This
going to be them picking up one of 3 feats.
Yeah, that's huge for them. And this is exactly what I was talking about. I mean, Nefiri has been looking for ganks. Nefiri has been trying and has been in presence of the lane 3 or 4 times, but they're playing so far back. They're playing so safe when they know that there's no backup that this Nefiri really hasn't been getting any value out of them, just kind of showing presence to add some pressure to lane, but nothing in actual substance. Meanwhile, Jake on this Poppy, again, not a hyper carry, but is getting so much value out of these ganks. He's already ganked 3 times successfully, and we're not even 7 minutes in. It is crazy how valuable this Poppy really has been on the map. And this is exactly I don't want to call it a win condition because it's not quite a win con, but it's one of those ways that Syndicate really do have a path to victory here. And it's if Jake can just do magic with this Poppy and already proving that they can.
Yep, that's what we said. If they can really smash out and wash over this early game, Syndicate really has a path forward into what they need to do to make sure Final Boss does not get to a point where they can just really counter a lot of what their comp wants to do and just, I would say, just out team fight them with the champions that
Yeah.
they have. So Syndicate playing to the win con really well here and just playing a phenomenal early game so far.
Yeah. And notably, Syndicate off the back of that gank down the bot lane did pick up the first strike, which is Ocean. Ocean's soul actually being one of the weaker souls in the game at the time. So people are actually, I think everyone on the ref is going to be happy that that is the first Drake up, means that they don't have to settle for a poor soul. But it was traded. So one major objective apiece as the 3 grubs were taken by Final Boss. So that first major objective traded. I do see the pause come through. Just to keep a note on what's happening, though, obviously Metro pushed on the turret here. But if you take a look down at the map in the bottom right, we do have this Nami and Poppy sitting for possibly a flank to come through. Never mind, Poppy's just going to drop those wards and seemingly leave. So obviously a lot of pressure from Jake down on that bot side. They really want to push this Nami and Lucian ahead. Again, this is one of those lanes that it's not a very clear 50-50 or now in their favor with Boogie Nerd having 2 kills. So Jake is doing what they can to really put the spot lane forward too, so they can have an either neutral or winning state across all 3 lanes.
Yeah, and we notice how like Jake hasn't even worried about this top side, right? He's just kind of
Yeah.
letting Beach free farm here and really just be left alone to his own vices. He's really focusing on his spot side here. He really got Boogie Nerd ahead with that second kill to him with that
Oh.
gank into the mid lane with a flashless Metro, and then he was even able to ink out a play into the spot side to give a little bit of breathing room to Kumi and Knight. And they're gonna engage right into CalJ. They do have the level 6 advantage. Here comes Jake once again. CalJ with no level 6, dash coming out, relentless pursuit is there. Knight gonna be able to pick it up there. And Jake possibly looking for a dive 3v1 here as the Fury is into this top side. Melly does have to be careful here. Is going to pop the first strike here. Kimi trying to shove out the lane. Bubble is going to land.
Oh.
Steadfast presence is there. Just going to be slammed into the ground there. But it looks like he is actually going to fall. So it is going to be a shutdown going over to Melly. So the best case scenario for him. So at least he gets something back. But it is still 5 kills. The final boss is 1. Not even 9 minutes into this game. And Syndicate are killing it in this early game.
Yeah, and actually notably there, because of all that pressure down in the bot lane, it did draw some of the jungle pressure from Jake, obviously being down in that bottom lane. they did take advantage of it, final boss. During that time frame, the Neferi was counter jungling and taking most of that top red side. And because of that extra presence from Deathmaster, we did see that Garen push so far heavy and kind of get that CS advantage and taking the CS early. And it just also helped Death Master secure, I think, most of that top side. So it's not for nothing, but definitely
Oh,
not
Melly and
in favor
Calgary.
of final boss overall. They do go into the jungle. They are going to
Oh my
jump on
gosh.
over the wall, not get trapped there. So, looks like both teams are possibly, or at least is at a final boss, are looking for some sort of fight here towards the bot side.
Give me a quick second. Go ahead and continue, Sword.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do have the next Drake up in about a minute and a half. Yet again, this Garen, this whole top side is just going to be persisting as is. Obviously, Garen has the advantage early, but with that extra healing factor, you do imagine this Garen wants to find something and has really been struggling to do so because this Vladimir is simply going to outscale this Garen. So very nice pickup for Lord Beach. Means Jake doesn't have to put too much pressure or really show much presence on the top side. They can just kind of exist. And it looks like this Garen
Apologies
is
for
just
that.
doing what
I
they can to
am
stay
back.
in. Welcome back. Don't worry. Life happens. Nothing crazy happened, at least not yet.
Yep, still 1-5 here, and we just look a little bit at the gold into this bot side here. It actually is a CS lead for Kumi, so Kumi's going to be really happy about that. Just as punch straight into Metro. Is going to try to go for a little bit of trade. Is going to be able to dash out of that taunt.
Okay.
Is going to land a stun right back in there. There's the healing without the aftershock. Boogie Nerd is not that tanky. Deathmaster is here to hover around, but not much is going to be found. But Metro finding at least a better trade he's been finding throughout the entirety of this early game here. And Kumi and Knight finally being able to pick up a lot of the pressure that they lost into the early game with Jake's just constant, ganks into the spot side here. And he is going to be able to most likely pick up this Drake, but they are going to trade it over for these Void Gubbies. Melly, Cal Jake going to sniff it out, but not much they can really do.
Yeah, and that is going to be
Flash
2
coming out
for
there.
2.
There's Crab, and there's the just R. I was not expecting a kill out of that. The Hemoplague was thrown out, but isn't going to quite land. I don't think it was the correct mouse placement there. That was just out of seemingly nowhere. Flash, Ignite, Silence, and there's a sword into the ground. Beach just got absolutely one-shotted there.
Yeah, and I was gonna comment, just a minute ago about how I'm surprised we're not seeing a little bit more pressure given towards this Garen, because obviously the Garen is gonna fall off a little bit as we get to mid to late, and this Vladimir is gonna be a problem. So Garen was gonna want some kills to really help advance them forward, but who needs pressure? Who needs help from the jungle when you could just secure a kill by yourself? And they might be catching Beach off guard yet again.
Silence is going to be there. The pool is already down there. Jump coming out from Deathmaster, but it is going to force the Ghost out of Beach. He is going to lose a lot of golden XP from under this tower. Crab is just hovering back and forth. Beach cannot just walk up here. Neither of them have ultimates, and Garen should just win that straight up 1v1.
Yeah.
He does have, he does have the Stride Breaker as well, so he does have the item advantage over Beach. So just Crab actually playing this top side really well.
Yeah, no, much better response than what we have been seeing. So really doing what they can to keep in.
Oh no, not again.
Jake
coming in for a gank here. It's a 3v2. Is going to be rooted up. There's the grand entrance coming out. Here's entrance. My bad. Is going to be stunned up with that trap flash coming out from Melly over the bubble. It's not going to be enough. Jake going to pick up that one. Cal Jake going to be the next target. Justice Punch might actually put him in a bad spot. Barely going to live out. Knight gonna be able to keep him alive, but here comes Metro to see if he can't do anything here. Gonna dash over the bubble, has a tsunami, forcing the flash out of Knight. Now it's Kumi's turn, and he's gonna do quite a bit of damage onto Metro, but he's gonna continue on to Knight. Is gonna walk away when he sees the pop exhaust coming out from Kyle J. Another dash coming out from Metro. He wants something to happen here, but it's not going to happen. Syndicate walking away once again, as Metro is still sticking around. He's possibly looking, and there's a relentless pursuit. No dash from Kumi. Barely gonna miss the chains on that one, but the Fury is on the way. Cal J is looking for something, but oh, there's the calling. and it is going to do a lot of damage. Ace in the hole is there. Stun gonna land
Oh
up
no.
there. Metro gonna be able to pick up that one. Actually, it's gonna be Melly. Knight gonna get a trade kill, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Shutdown going over to Cal J Deathmaster, a spectator here. But he is going to be able to pick up this control award. A little of a consolation prize there as Syndicate staying a little too long there. And Final Boss finally finding something in this bot lane.
Yeah, overstaying their welcome, really finding the punish, especially because again, they only had 2 kills going into that fight, the Garen and the 1 kill that was kind of just handed to them after the dive was just under turret too long. So the fact that they just got 2 kills, 1 going over the Caitlyn, is a problem, especially as Lucian, despite getting the assists, still has not picked up a kill yet.
Just straight up fighting. He actually is going to Bailey win that. Cal J looking for something, see if he cannot ping him just a little bit closer. There's a Tsunami. There's the rooftop. Bailey gonna miss onto Metro. He's gonna dash out. Here comes Deathmaster. There's the hero entrance stolen away. Boogie Nerd very low, and it looks like Deathmaster's gonna flash over, just punch out. Jackie's gonna be the next target, taking a lot of damage. J gonna be able to pick up that one, picking up 2 kills for his team there. Might have preferred on someone else, but they won't care at this point as Melly's now into this mid lane, sieging this mid lane tower. Kumi and Knight are trying to defend here as Kumi has to be careful. It's going to be knocked towards E. Barely going to miss out. The stun not going to be needed, though. It is going to be a trade kill. Kumi going to pick up that one at Cal J, but Metro picking up his first kill in the game himself, finally getting some gold. And finally, Final Boss, breath of fresh air for them as here comes Crab. Right onto the Nami, is going to run away. Justice punch in. Melly going to get the net out there as Final Boss still very well into this game.
Yeah, no, that's a massive clawback from them. That actually gives them the lead in terms of gold as well. Just a little bit of
Crab
overreach.
is going to go in. That is going to be a 1v4 there. Is the top going to be then quite not enough? Crab just dodged death there as Syndicate going to go on Shelly.
Yeah, they want this too. Both teams at 2 major jungle objectives. The first turret was taken by Final Boss, first 3 kills over the Syndicate. So the securing of this Rift Herald is going to be the thing that secures.
Yeah, Crab is going to try. Not going to be quite get it. Ace in the hole is going to be canceled, but here comes the Maokai ultimate there is going to stun up Kumi and Jake. Jake going to fall. Here's entrance onto Cal J. He's about to fall down. Does indeed. Metro in the middle of 4. Hemo play coming out, healing him a bunch, but not going to be able to quite get there. Beat's going to be next target. Into the back line. Deathmaster Pones. He is Death Incarnate, and here he comes for your name. Shutdown going to go over to Boogie, but it's not going to matter. They win the back foot. Final Boss slingshotting the lead into their favor here.
Wow. Okay. So feat of strength, all of those do go the way of Syndicate. So that is one upside for them. But man, this Nefiri and specifically Melee G, this is the difference. Because obviously a lot of kills early went over to Syndicate, and that is good for them. However, none of them were on the carries that they really needed them to be on. Meanwhile, almost all of the kills for Final Boss have gone on to this Nefiri and Melee G, which are proving to be a problem.
Jake gonna see if he can steal this away. He will! Deathmaster not going to be able to pick up that one. Jake possibly going to fall,
team's here.
but you know he won't. Shutdown going to go over to Boogie Nerd. This is one strong Galio. I didn't know, did Deathmaster have Smite there? I'm actually not sure if it was just barely off cooldown or just a couple more seconds, or if Jake just walked in and stole it.
I think it was just off of it. I don't think they expected Jake to be back so soon, so I don't think they used it to be secured. Yeah, no, that's a massive loss for Final Boss. They're still technically in the lead, but it definitely does hurt them quite a bit. Final Boss obviously still having the better lane state, having taken 2 turrets. We've seen that be a big problem for teams. Though we do see them have Shelly. Shelly is going to be used on this bottom side to help crack it open. I do believe that's pretty much going to secure that bot turret, especially with the help of Grubs. So that is going to be nice for them. That's going to help level out the playing field a little bit. But notably, they've picked up the first 3 Drakes, so the Drake stacking is in full effect, and it's a Mountain Soul, which is really going to help the Syndicate side. This Galio, who has been going more damage, has not been terribly tanky. The Vladimir as well being more healing based, and this Poppy just in general, all 3 of those champs are going to love that extra bit of tankiness from a soul here. So this is kind of perfect for Syndicate. It really balances them out a little bit and allows them to continue to build more towards their damage, which will help enable their carries even farther. But final boss, they are looking strong. There's still absolutely a world in which they claw back. I would not be surprised if we go 3-2 on the
Oh,
Drakes.
now he's got to be careful. He's going to be hit up by that bubble. Here comes
Oh.
Illusion damage, but Deathmaster here once again doing a lot of damage onto Knight, and he's about to fall down. Coley barely nicks him there. Knight going to live with the hero's entrance there. Rookie Nerd is surely the hero for Syndicate here, as he's going to be looking for more. Jake is also your steadfast presence. Flash coming out is going to be able to pick him up. Deathmaster going to be the next target. Knocked up, beaten down, barely flashing out of that one. Metro now here. Colin going to be used if he cannot get the wave out from here, but the Hemoplague will be used. But Crab into the backside. Could be going to fall down. Crab in a 1v4. Metro see if he cannot help. Barely going to miss out with the chains there. Crab not going to be able to quite find another one there, as Beach barely going to live. As Knight once again dodging death. 2-2 and 11. This Nami has a crazy KP into this game. Metro in a 1v2 to see if he cannot defend this tower. I don't think it's going to happen. Syndicate slingshotting their own lead here. 20 minutes into the game. Just wow. This is a banger.
Yeah, absolutely. Neither team wants to give it up, but technically Gold leads still in the favor of final boss by only a couple hundred, though. It's really nothing of real substance. This mid lane has just been a duel. Otacon is up. That is something to play for, but neither team really seemingly want the presence for it. But the next Drake is going to be up in a minute 50.
Once again,
so
Jake Antomelli and Cal J Lord Beach frontlining here. TP coming back into the backside of Boogie Nerd. Nice steadfast present. Taunt onto 2. There's the tsunami right into victory. Melly gonna be able to get out, but Boogie Nerd is godlike. And this Galio, I mean, who do we say he wasn't a carry? Because he definitely is carrying his team this game.
Yeah, I may have misspoke. I may have misspoke. Galio, not typically something that you're used to seeing as hyper carry, can absolutely carry, as we've seen in previous games and just in general, but not typically the one you expect to do so. But 7-0 and 4 really can't do much against
Look at this
Metro.
damage onto
Really
Metro.
struggling.
There's the Aftershock now down. Conquer is going to be stacked up. Metro going to go for a long trade here, which actually is going to favor him. Boogie without the Aftershock is going to struggle, but still that's a lot of damage. Coin coming out. Melly is going to fall down with the help of Knight in there. As Melly just walking up a little bit too far. That's what you want with the Lucian Nami here. Finally finding something with that duo. I think that was like their first just duo kill onto the ADC this entire game. I think everything else had the help of either Jake, Boogie, or Lord Beach. So Kumi with Knight and finally able to make the Lucian Nami work there against Melly. But I mean, you really just gotta look at the gold here and just see this game is just so back and forth, as in both these teams are really close. They're going only about 1.2k for Syndicate. Everyone is about equal in items here. As Cowjay got to be careful. There's a tsunami. Gonna be forced to flash out. TP coming out from Metro. See if they're gonna do a fight here. As Jake gonna go in all by himself. But here's the hero's entrance to back him up. Boogie Nerd doing a lot there. But the taunt onto 3 once again. And Death Master gonna fall down. No longer the Master of Death there, as it is going to be a 4v5. It is going to be Soul going over to Syndicate most likely, as final boss aren't really going to be able to contest it. They're just going to go mid, pick up the consolation with that mid tower. Syndicate looking to see if they can't find anything. Metro out of position. CalJ see if he cannot help his mid laner. There's the tsunami stolen away. There's Knight going to go in. Knight about to fall down. There he goes, as it is going to be Beach the next target, or coming down from Crab and barely going to not even get out. Pacemaker going to outpace Lord Beach there. Double kill going over to Melly. It is going to be the Soul picking up by Syndicate, but final boss at least get a little bit of something.
Yeah, 2 kills going their way. Losing the Soul and not picking up a single Drake is absolutely a bit devastating for them. But picking up the 2, especially putting them in the hands of Melly G, is going to be massive for them. They are going to lose this turret. It was hanging on by a thread, so Boogie's going to secure that. Extra 300 gold into their pocket is also not great. But that is still very well played. I think maybe a little bit of overreach. Obviously, they wanted to keep that tier 2 turret. But they just pushed up so far, Syndicate being, and were kind of punished when they knew they were going to be at a disadvantage 3-on-4. As you know, both the Poppy and I believe it was the Vladimir were sitting back trying to secure that Drake. So I don't know how I feel about how heavy they pushed in, but they were able to secure the Drake. They were able to secure the Soul. They got that tier 1 turret and mid as well. So overall, it's a very positive for them. But I feel like a little bit of cleanliness would have been better there, but still pretty firmly in their favor. Final boss still not far out though. Again, only 300 gold difference between the two. And Crab on this
Exactly. He's
Garen
just
has been a
constantly looking.
problem, but still not as big of a problem as Garen can be. They've done a very good job at kind of nullifying them. So as we start getting into this mid to late, Vladimir's already kind of showing some sparks of being a nuisance. But we are now getting to the point where this Vladimir, if they continue, could seriously become a problem, as that's their like big scaling option here for Syndicate.
Yeah, I also would again point out this just gold lead,
Oh,
right? Like
Jake.
it doesn't really exist for either. Or is Jake gonna see if he cannot find something onto Crab there? Lord
Ooh,
already
slow.
used his Hemo Plague there as Crab gonna be able to get out. I mean, that's Garen. I mean, that's kind of what he
Yeah.
does.
Runs in, runs out, gets away with his life. But now we do see the game kind of lull a little bit. Baron is up, just now hitting that 25-minute mark. So that's something to be played for. Otacon was not secured because, again, even though there was that big fight, there was the fight on mid. So there's no way for that Otacon over on the bot side to really be taken. Though they are going to find Galio here.
I don't think they find anything on Boogie here.
No,
Knight is
actually,
gonna come over to cover. Taunt barely landing there. Ace in the hole coming out is gonna break the
okay.
shield and a little bit of extra damage there. First strike gonna net some gold from Melly there. So that's like one of the biggest reasons
He's
why he's able to
perfectly
stay
fine.
ahead of Kumi here is because of that first strike gold. So I
Ooh,
mean, even
big
though he's
fight.
down CS and way down a lot of assists.
Yeah, a lot of pressure down on this bot side. Looks like both teams want this Otacon. It was kind of started, or at least done so, in an attempt to possibly get a little bit of chip damage. Kauj seems like the one who's actually taking the most damage there, kind of getting run down by the Otacon. But both teams seeing that presence are both going to back away. There's still wards down there from the blue side of Final Boss, so I would not be surprised if they are looking to try to secure that Otacon. I did not get a good glimpse at which kind of Otacon that is, but I'd imagine if that is the not voracious, the ruinous Otacon, they definitely want to secure that to prevent that extra. Yeah, I think that is actually ruinous. So they definitely want to keep that out of the hands of Syndicate, having no Drakes of themselves, giving over that 25% bonus to all major objectives. Buffs would be absolutely disastrous, as they have no Drakes and Syndicate's got all 4 in Soul.
Final Boss does have the all 6 of the Grubbies, so their pushing power is quite strong if they can get to these towers. So like once that happens, it's gonna be a lot harder for Syndicate to really answer these side lanes once it gets to that point where Metro, and I mean it's already kind of that point where Crab right now. I mean he's full on well within his lead to really push
Oh yeah.
out this top side, but once Metro gets to a point where he can hold about equal, if not push himself, these 6 Grubbies are gonna do quite a lot. But until that happens, Syndicate seems like they're ruling about the side of the map that Crab isn't on. He's sitting at 3 items now. He can pretty much one-shot anyone on the team, even Jake if he gets to that point and starts shredding his armor if he stays inside the E. He does have triple items, 50% crit with the Stride Breaker. Is going to run into Jake there and is going to be silenced. Jake is going to be a little bit careful. There's the armor shred I was talking about. Jake could be forced to flash, but Crab now has to be careful himself. Gonna be forced to flash, not gonna be able to quite get it. Metro gonna steal the Nami already. It's gonna be enough, and there it is. Zonya's coming out, Brigadier going golden. He is going to be able to barely walk out of that one. The trap's not quite enough. Half HP on tonight, though. And there it is. Ace no, can he get it? Oh, no, he cannot! The flash fail coming out from Beach and Knight. As it is going to be Final Boss pushing forward, but not before Brigadier finds his own engage. Flash coming out from Deathmaster to make sure he can stay alive. Melly just letting it rip into this backside. But Kumi not going to go on to him. Flash coming out from Melly to keep him alive. Lord Beach, now the healthiest member on his team right now, to walk up and try to do something, but it is going to be the end of the play as Final Boss gonna be able to inch out a comeback there and make it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, that flash just going a little bit awry is definitely sad news because they easily could have continued putting pressure if Nyan was still there. That healing from the Nami, that extra bit of pressure from the ultimate as well could have really be helpful. But they do have to back away. They lose a member as well in the process. Though Elder is now up. So we are now in a position, okay, with the Baron, the Elder, and Otacon. So there's everything to play for. One big fight can mean almost all three getting taken at once. Whoever wins this fight very easily could just stamp their name on this game if everything goes perfectly.
Yep, no flash on Beach, no flash on that. Oh, there it is, engaged right onto the jungler. And Deathmaster going to be able to barely live out just long enough there. Melly now going to be the next target, is going to land in that, not going to matter. Double kill going over to Brigginder there. And Syndicate, I think they just win the rights here. There's not much Final Boss can really do in a 3v5 scenario. Not much is really expended. You still have the hero's entrance. You still have Jake's ultimate there. And Metro going to, you know, spectate around and see if he can't find something crazy. But just going to back off there and just conceded. That is going to be Syndicate picking up the Elder. Baron probably going to be next onto the docket here to see if they also can't find the, just to end the game here. I mean, it's well within their right at this point to just run it down in the game after they get Baron here, as CalJ caught on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, CalJ looking like they're just going to do what they can to kind of prevent this wave, try to execute it rather than die. Meanwhile, they're hunting for these final members. They're trying to secure whatever kills they can.
3v2, make that a 3v1. Jake going to be able to pick up that one. Metro going to fall down. Crab out all by himself is going to queue just right out of that one. Movement speed too fast, but Baron is going to be started. Deathmaster, can he find a way to bank a steal? He's not even going to go for it. Conceding it, just going to pick up as much of his jungle as possible. Crab going to continue to push up into this top side. And Syndicate are just looking to just end out this game in the next 3 minutes.
I mean, yeah, they're really in the position to do so. I'm not surprised. It looks like they're going to try to go deal with this Garen. I'm surprised there's not more of a reset coming across the board. That turret, there was kind of nothing left for it. Crab is not
Jake is running there to Steadfast Presence with the home guard there, and with the Elder dragging out. There's not much Crab can do. He's going to fall down. Kumi on a rampage there.
Yeah, Otacon is still available for them, but now with this Elder and Baron, like you said, they're in a position where they could just win off of one really good team fight. The respawn timers are now actually, yeah, they're at the like 40-second mark, over actually close to 50.
Pursuit into the Coling there. CalJ being forced to flash away, not to get, make sure he does not get executed by that Elder. And they don't have any other minions except for the cannon there, so they're going to stall out for as much time as possible. Elder is about to fall down here in about 30 seconds, so Syndicate not going to have that for too much longer. Still have Baron for another minute 55. Final boss really going to have to pull something out here to see if they cannot just stem the bleeding, but I just don't see how they're going to do it.
No, and the siege comes through, so they've already lost 2 turrets. That's going to pull their attention, and I don't know if they still could go for this Otacon, but it looks like maybe they're trying to see if they can fake it out. There's no vision, so Syndicate, or it's not Syndicate, Final Boss don't know what's going on, but seeing no one's coming through, they are just going to go for this Otacon take. They're going to be able to secure it. Crab is here, but I don't think there's really anything Crab can do. Smite is up. They're going to have to push in against the Baron. Yeah, no. So Otacon is up. Blood Rose is out. That Crown of Carnage buff is going to be huge for them because, again, that's an extra 25% bonus to all of their major objective buffs. And with all 4 Drakes and now also Baron, they are a very deadly team right now. This, if this goes their way, very easily could just be game for Syndicate.
Yeah, 45 seconds onto the Baron. Final boss just trying their best to stay alive and not fight until that takes down. About 2 minutes, 45 seconds for next Elder. That's Final Boss's esports, right? Like that's their like only win con at this point is to try to bank a steal with the Elder Dragon or somehow just find an just extended Syndicate team. As Crab kind of in this corner, see if he can't find anything, but they need to just not fight until Baron's up. But I think they can afford that. 15 seconds. They have relatively good wave clear with the Caitlyn, and Syndicate, I will say, I'm surprised. They did not siege as strong as I thought they were going to.
No, I was just about to say is they put like no pressure. They took those first two turrets, which is good, but both of them were already weak. I really wanted to see a little bit more from Syndicate there. They had the Elder buff, they had the Icon buff, they had obviously Elder was not up for that, but they had it for a portion of that siege, quote unquote. But they had Baron that whole time, and they secured the Icon. They were very strong. They had the advantage. I don't think many of them got the reset, which I think may have been the main reason why they didn't push in aggressively. But even without the reset and the extra items in their pocket, they had the buffs to help level that playing field. And they have just been outplaying this final boss team when it comes to their team fighting. So I agree. I really think that we should have been seeing a little bit more sieging, a little bit more willingness to take these fights. But now the purple is going to drop. So there's no Baron. Baron is about 2 minutes out. The next Elder is just over 1 minute out. And we have Crab still pushing into the Syndicate base.
And doing a lot of damage there. Tsunami is there. Melly taking a lot of damage, but so is Knight. Knight's going to fall down. Jake going to be the next target. Flash coming out from Kumi. And there's Deathmaster to the backside there. Kumi's going to fall down. Lord Beach in a 1v3. 2v3 with Jake there. He's going to pull up the ultimate there, see if he cannot find anything. I don't think you want to let it rip because he's not going to be able to get a kill if that's going to be the case. Knocking back two, and it is going to be 1v1 once again to his top side. Crab going to be able to pick up 2 objectives for his team, and ADC and support falling down. Metro, Deathmaster, and Crab still alive. It is 3v3 cross map, 2v2 mid, 1v1 into this top side here. Final boss hanging on.
Yeah, I questioned the decision of Syndicate seemingly waiting to fight until all the buffs fall off. Definitely a choice. I don't think it's great for them. That also means that they're not going to be in a really good spot. If they had taken fights early, gotten the wins, gotten the pressure on, they easily could have secured this Elder. But now the entire team's going to have to reset. And yeah, some kills did go their way. But now they're in a position where neither team really has an advantage going into this Elder. Baron's up in a minute. Syndicate, definitely some choices being made. I definitely think they need to be grouping up. They need to be finding that win condition. They are going to start the Elder, which is good.
Yeah,
And just now
boss
finally getting spotted.
is just kind of conceding it. They're like, well, we know they're going to do it. We'll send Calj to get vision. They're all 5 there, and they're just shoving into these side lanes right now. So they're going to pick it up here.
This top side's
Metro
weak.
into the mid lane. There's a TP coming out, and it's going to be flash cancel coming out from Calj. Is he going to try to cancel the backs for a possible just base race?
Did.
Going to be the target there. Is going to stun him up with Justice Punch, but they have the Elder, and there's one. Metro about to be falling down for 2, and there it is, Lord Beach there. And final boss trying to go for a map play here, but it's not quite enough there. Flash coming out from Bricky Nerd. Melly gonna fall down. Deathmaster in a 1v5 scenario. Not gonna be able to do what they need to do, but who knows? Maybe with these supers, it might be just barely enough time to survive. 10 seconds on Calj, 30 on Metro.
35 on Melly's rough. Yeah, no, definitely a choice. I don't know how good of an idea it was to allow them to get Elder, because now they are just going to be able to siege. There's just so much damage as well, because again, this is Elder with that Crown of Carnage buff, so it's even stronger than it is, and the siege is just through.
Yep, they're going to engage right under the towers there. Calj going to fall down immediately. Nice on Toggle and good flash from Deathmaster there. Metro in 3 seconds is going to fall down. Oh, not quite. There he goes. Jake on a killing speed. There's Metro. There's Crab. Are they going to be able to get them away from their towers? I don't think it's going to quite be enough. Kumi going to fall down. There's the Justice. Right into the ground. Double kill for Grab. But it doesn't matter. Syndicate going to be able to take this game number 1 as... Just wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, that was a game. Jeez. Very, very, very back and forth. Either one of those teams really could have won, excuse me. But Syndicate, again, we talked about before, it was kind of a matter of the first like 10 minutes is really gonna decide the game, and it really did. Them being so dominant early, Jake playing that game so well on that poppy, having such a strong presence all over the map, finding those successful ganks, successfully putting pressure on the right lanes, allowing as crazy as it kind of looked when we were first looking at it, that Vladimir into the Garen was a very strong pick. It kept that uh, game state and so neutral up in the top lane long enough for the Vladimir to kind of get a little bit of ahead. Obviously, Garen was a problem towards the end there. Secured 2 kills in that final fight. It was just one of those things where it's just too little, too late. So did good on that top side, the Vladimir, but yeah, no, overall they just held their own. They got the advantages early, and final boss were coming back into it, but it just took too long. And I really think giving up that final elder, I don't know. I don't really agree with that
Me
map play. They just were not able to hold them off long enough, and they gave over that elder for practically free, which meant that when they were able to get the resets, they didn't even have to really do anything to stop that push because they were able to just melt them away and execute them with the elder. So I definitely think that was a bit of a misplay. Syndicate were already kind of struggling going in. They had just lost a big team fight right before. I think I would have rather seen Final Boss try to play for that and get some sort of advantage rather than play so risky. But that's how close the series was. If they made small adjustments, they made one or two decisions differently, I easily could see Final Boss winning this game. But Syndicate come out really strong, even with I think what was a weaker composition, ends up taking the win after some really good play. And we were talking about it before. The MVPs the of the for group stages, the All Stars. Thank you, the MVPs. The All Stars were the two kind of players to watch. Melly was ripping apart everyone that came in, especially towards the late game. But Jake just kind of controlling the entire riff, setting the pace of the entire game. Both of the All Stars really making their presence known.
Yeah, it was they both kind of like pulled exactly what they needed to win that
Yeah.
game. Melly was doing quite a bit of damage in the end there, especially for that one team fight into the mid lane where he was kind of into the back line of
Yeah.
Syndicate and was just free firing, forcing Kumi to have to turn around and kind of stop the chase into Final Boss, which kind of broke up that team fight re-engage for Syndicate. And Jake, that early game, just getting a lot done for his team and especially a lot for Boogie Nerd into this mid lane, just allowing Boogie Nerd to be just absolute unit into this the entirety of the game to just stop final bosses, War Machine, and kind of like make them constantly be playing catch up. Even in final boss was like up, I think like to about maybe close to 3k gold at one point in
Yeah.
that game. Boogie Nerd was so ahead and was still able to keep up with just how the game state was going, even his team being down gold because of his early game pressure that he had, thanks to that just early game kill he got, and with Jake giving him another one with that gank. So Boogie Nerd really showing up big onto the Galio and showing that even Galio can be a carry there. I mean, practically kind of like playing it like Faker, right? Just
Yeah.
no
I was
matter what, like you see this man, he's so tanky, yeah, he does so much damage, and he's able to just put out so much pressure. So good on Boogie Nerd, actually into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, this is a best of 5 series. So Syndicate is going to take map 1, but that is not I don't even want to say death now. I wouldn't be in a best of 3 either, but it is not even nearly as worrying as if it was a best of 3. We still have at minimum 2 more games to play. But again, we have said that this game so easily could go all 5 games. So don't go anywhere. We're going to send it to a quick break to allow the players to get a drink, use the bathroom, all of that. And we'll be back for game number 2 of the first round of the playoffs.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're going to be going into game number 2 between Syndicate and Final Boss Esports. Syndicate taking the first game here. They are going to be switching sides. Final Boss elected to go onto red side here. So, going to try to get that counter pick going on here. Whether where they plan on putting it, no idea. Could be in the top, could be in the mid, could be into the support. I feel like in all of the iterations, kind of what we saw into that last game, it can go into really any role here. Because I mean, everyone played well into like kind of what they needed to do. Even Metro struggling into that early game was still playing how he kind of needed to play in some of these team fights,
Okay.
and still just like not being. He wasn't a ghost. Like he was still useful for his team and for what he needed to
Oh yeah.
do. As Volibear going to be the prio pick coming out. So we're not going to see the Jinx once again. The Fury banned out since Final Boss onto the red side. So
Yeah.
Syndicate going to be the Volibear prio.
Yeah, and I actually want to bring this up real quick before we even really get into the draft all that much. Final Boss making a really strong decision here, taking this red side. It's not just for the final pick. Fun fact, Final Boss have about a 60% win rate, very roughly. I think it's like 58, 62. But for both their red and blue side. Meanwhile, Syndicate, however, has a 75% win rate on the blue side. So what we saw them on last, only 40 on the blue.
Yeah,
So
they do.
obviously that's statistics. It could be really anything, but if they're gonna believe it, that is a really strong decision for Final Boss. They're gonna get that kind of pick, and they're gonna put Syndicate possibly in an uncomfortable situation. So that's great for them. Meanwhile, Final Boss really not giving all too much up. They are gonna pick that Nocturne, which is rough. I mean, last series, I know I don't think you were here, Sheep, but the Nocturne very
For a
easily
little bit.
could just become a melee minion if not paired up properly. I'd assume we have to see an Orianna come out here for Metro in pick number 3, because if that Orianna gets banned away, that's going to be real rough for them. The Nocturne might be in a rough situation. They picked that Garen up again, very helpful in the top lane. But we're again seeing the Lucian. Okay, no, I was gonna say Lucian with no pick into the Nami might be a little rough, so they're gonna go for that Xayah instead. Mordekaiser up in the top lane. Volley, I'm assuming that's gonna be going into the jungle.
Yeah, I do like the Xayah pickup here. When you see Garen, you see Nocturne expecting the Orianna pick. Xayah kind of the perfect with her feathers, feather call
Yeah,
with her ultimate to just become a targetable, play super safe. I mean, Knight can even play a roaming support if he wants, and Kumi can just sit into this bot side, just trying to free farm as much as possible, play as safe as possible, even lure Final Boss into a possible dive, and maybe able to pull resources with Jake and maybe even a TP from beach into the top side or Briggy Nerd. So it looks like they're going for a little bit of a adaptation here, going for something that's more or less answering with the engage that Final Boss is going on here with the Xayah. The Rakan is going to be picked out for Final Boss to deny that from Syndicate, but Vars is going to be picked up for Melee here. I mean, solid pick, right? Like very blindable. Does pretty alright into the Xayah and does actually synergize well with Rakan. Pretty much every ADC synergizes with Rakan, but the
yeah,
Zillion, I will love if they lock that in. I'm gonna be so happy. That is such. I love that pick. Zillion is so fun to watch.
there we go. It is.
Oh,
That's gonna be
yes, thank
Zillion.
you.
I'm assuming that's going to be going support. I think Zillion mid is a thing, but I don't think that's common. So Zillion support is going to be really nice. That might be the first Zillion we've seen so far this season, the split. So that will be very fun. Mid lane is still available. I actually kind of like it. We do see the burst mage. Oh, so there we go. Syndra. I thought possibly we would see them last game, but instead we're going to see them this one. Syndra is very scary, especially in the hands of Boogie. That is a fizz. Okay,
Metro
so
special.
no Orianna. I actually think that was maybe a bit of a play to try to get them to ban in the way and waste the ban. Syndicate don't fall for it. They just allow them to possibly pick it. They instead don't. I do now worry for this Nocturne. Not having a lot to combo off of. And
Yes,
Nocturne is
Rakan.
not the strongest. Especially when there's a Zillion who can prevent a team from dying, a teammate from dying, excuse me, or themselves. They also have Xayah who can just kind of say no, like you said before, go untargetable. Volibear can be very tanky, so going on him isn't always the best option. And obviously Mordekaiser, once the team fights start, isn't even there for the first part for the intro, typically, because they usually just pop someone out into their realm. So the only person I could really see them getting consistently, or have the possibility of consistently getting after level 6, is the Syndra. But if you don't secure the kill on the Syndra, and it's post level 6, Syndra is going to delete you. So I do worry for this Nocturne pick. Not having a lot to combo off of might mean that Deathmaster, if not operated pretty much perfectly, could be putting themselves into some risky situations.
It really is do or die, right? Whenever you
It's a
pick
feast or
Nocturne,
famine champ all the way through.
it can be so strong, but it can be super weak because if you're so behind, you're one dimensional, and kind of like what you said, right? It's like what targets do you have here, and that plays into a lot of how easy this game is going to be playing with Syndicate. You're not going to want to engage on the Volibear, you're not going to want to engage on the Mordekaiser, and then you have these options between these three squishy yet like very hard champions to really play into. Xayah, ultimate. Zillion, I mean, first of all, he's a support. Second of all, does have his ultimate to just pretty much save himself or really anyone around him. And then you have Syndra, which is going to probably be the easiest target if she is isolated. But she does have Scatter the Weak, and she can time it perfectly. She can stop the engage from the rest of the Final Boss team. Or if just after Deathmaster gets out of the unstoppable state with the Paranoia, can just hit him away and walk out, especially if she Boogie Noon ends up going with the phase rush. But Syndicate, I would say a lot better composition. Final Boss, it's kind of like the same thing with the first game with Syndicate. If they can get this early game going, they can wash over. Syndicate has just a way better solid foundation.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think this top lane is going to be the exact same as last game, like exactly the same. You
Yeah,
have this
probably.
Garen, who is very clearly probably going to win out early, maybe fall off a little bit. Mordekaiser's not going to scale as well as the Vladimir, but when you have a Syndra, you don't really need that extra scaling. But Mordekaiser and his W means he can sustain in lane for so long. So you're just gonna have this wet noodle fight. I'd imagine it's gonna be like last time, where maybe one or two solo kills go possibly back and forth. I don't think we're gonna see much from this top lane. Um, I do think the Volibear is going to be something to look out for. They're good at what you want to play very heavy on the ganks, obviously, especially after level 6, where they can, just turn off a turret. So Jake, yet again, on a champion who's going to want to have heavy pressure onto all of the lanes, also is going to have some pretty serious impact. So that's a good pickup for them and the rest of the team. I'm really scared of the Syndra. We've seen Boogie use the Syndra. I think every single mid laner, excuse me, in the playoffs have used Syndra at one point or another, and Syndra is just so strong. She can just absolutely delete anyone, and obviously Fizz is annoying, but is still an assassin, so is pretty squishy. Varus, not a lot of mobility, can just be deleted if not properly spaced out. And obviously this Nocturne, if they go in alone, if they don't play properly, they're kind of caught out in the middle. Syndra can punish that as well. So I agree. I think Syndicate have the better team composition. Final Boss, if they play it right, that Varus and Rakan is really, really scary. And obviously Melee G was putting up some numbers in the last game, even though they lost. If they give kills over to Melee G early, that Varus can just kind of shred through everyone and not even be in the position where Syndra could even reach them, let alone Xayah. So honestly, I agree. I think Syndicate probably have the easier route, but Final Boss very easily could still win.
Yep, like we said in game number 1, Syndicate had a really good early game comp and that they wanted to wash over. They ended up having the early game here. Final Boss Esports had the better foundation last game. It is going to be flip-flopped. For this game, Syndicate with a better foundation, Final Boss with a very strong early possibility going in to this game number 2. We'll see if Final Boss can keep up that high run rate onto the red side. We're going to go into the quick break for the spectator delay, but don't go anywhere for game number 2 against Final Boss Esports and Syndicate.
you had live captions on the Copilot Plus PC by HP, you'd know the meeting started.
Alrighty, welcome back to game number 2 between Syndicate and Final Boss Esports. Going into game 2, playoffs, quarterfinals, going in here as we do have Final Boss onto the red side, Syndicate on the blue side with flip-flopping from game number 1. Looks like we're going to have a stack onto Final Boss Esports, regular 5-point for Syndicate. You know me, I like the invades, I like the level 1 fiestas, and I'm hoping to see some crazy magic going on here.
Yeah, looks like maybe a death bush up towards the top side. No one is here. Like you said, the 5-point. No one's actually in the lane itself. Oh, playing around the corner, maybe in a position
Beach
to
is
catch this
going to
Mordekaiser.
notice them here. Just gonna
Okay.
walk away, but I assume they're probably gonna just try to get some vision here now that they're already here.
Ooh,
And
almost
wow,
got
they're
hit
actually
by
able
the
to take the
Mars.
ward out from Beach. Plus 30 there. Metro gonna be able to barely dodge out of that. There's the vision down. There was Raptor vision for Syndicate and also onto the enemy bot side here from Knight.
Okay. Yeah, so a trading of wards is going to give information for both blue sides for both of these teams. Finally, we're seeing everyone go back to their individual lane. So this blue side of Kumi and Nighton is pushed up very, very aggressively, might be able to catch Melly and Kauge off guard. So that might be something to look out for. Meanwhile, this mid lane, again, Syndra, one of those champions that I'm really worried about, but also going into an assassin like Fizz can be a problem. The wet noodle top lane, I'm assuming, is going to be what we're going to see there, but we're going to see them quite a bit. No big trade out from the very pushed up Kumi and Nighton. Instead, it's just going to be a pretty equal trade of minions and both trying to do a little bit of damage early.
Yep, so again, all eyes on Jake and Melly for this game once again to see if Tanat cannot just, really run it away. Jake was able to do it in the first game for game number 1. Crab has to be careful. He is down a level here. Lord does get the level lead here. But Garen with his passive is going to be healing right back up. Also does have the D shield. So Crab not going to feel too bad about that. Already forced Beach to use his. And level 2 for both Kauge and Melee. So we could see possibly some fighting going on here. Metro gonna struggle a little bit. It is a ranged versus melee matchup here.
Yeah, at least
that's
early
just
on.
Gonna happen. Yeah.
Nocturne is in a spot. It pushed up a little bit. It's not going to do anything. No ultimate. So I'd imagine we're going to wait to see.
He's going to look for something up here. Beach did use his E. W already down. So there's that master. There's the tether. You can't flash out of it. It's just slightly longer than flash range. Flesh Blood going to go over to Crab. Final Boss Esports on the board here for the first bloods of the series. And dash coming out from Cal J.
Okay.
Melly gonna have to walk over the radius of the bomb to make sure he does not take some damage there. But yeah, it's
And that
pretty simple. Not as, I would say, crazy as the first game, as there was about like 3 kills, I think. Roughly about 3 to 4 minutes here. CalJ once again trying to go in. Is going to get stunned up there. Feather called back there. Exhaust coming out. CalJ one more auto. Oh, nice Guardian coming out there. Kumi thinking the flash, but is going to decide against it. CalJ barely living on that one. That's a mulligan. I cannot believe you lived that.
Yeah, barely getting out. That kill before did go over to the Garen as well. So that's going to be a nice little bit of pressure on the top lane. So much better than the last game. Meanwhile, in this mid lane, we are yet again seeing Metro kind of struggling against the range of the Syndra. She's really getting pushed back pretty aggressively. Volley's in here.
Yeah,
They might be
Crab
able
has
to
to be a little bit
dive
careful, but Beach himself has to be careful because, of course, a part of him is a little bit like actually baited to go for that trade because it's like, oh, I got my jungler here, so people commit. Well, he just took half his HP, and Crab barely took any damage himself, so he's gonna have to be a little careful there. As I mean, once again, any damage you deal on this Garen, he just sits back for a few seconds and regens it all anyway. So Crab feeling really happy into this lane, better than he did in the first one, because now he actually has kill threat.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, Deathmaster is also going to be feeling really good getting that assist early. Obviously, we were worried about the Nocturne, but picking up a kill so early is really nice. They are going to go in for Boogie.
Yep, there's the spell shield there, and Boogie going to be forced to flash, but it's going to be also a flash from Metro. Yeah. But, I mean, that's not awful. Let's see if he can get the cannon. Oh, no. So, Wave State, really good for Metro. Metro with the Ignite, it's kind of perfect for him. It's going to force a TP out of Boogie, and it is going to deny a lot of gold and XP from having no wave on his side of the map. Once again, trading into the top side, Beach about half HP. Kimi gonna have to be careful, is gonna be forced to flash out from that, so that is gonna be Summoner Burn there. Crab once again, just going mano a mano against this Mordekaiser, is gonna sit back, regen from the D-Shield passive, and about to hit level 5 for Deathmaster here. Jake is about 3 camps away from level 6 for himself. So once these ultimates come online for both these junglers, I expect to see a lot. Oh, okay, flash coming out, and that's true damage right there. And execute as well as Crab once again just coming out of nowhere with these kills.
Yeah, that's also huge. Just gonna crack open that top side. Lord Beach does not have the TP, so that's gonna be a nice healthy minion wave for the Garen, as well as pretty much free Void Grubs for this Nocturne. All 3 should go their way, so that's gonna be the first major objective secured by Final Boss. They're also 1 off of securing the first 3 kills, so that's gonna be huge. Boogies.
Metro have to be a little bit careful there. Is going to be stunned up. Jake doesn't have his ultimate there, so a little too far for him to do anything. Metro now, in the state of the laning phase, is actually able to trade it into Boogie Nerd because he does have enough damage and does have the resources to be able to get in and get out. So Metro now feeling a little bit happier with compared to how the early laning phase was going, especially after game number 1. He's doing way better, not going against a 2-0 laner 6 minutes into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a small win. It's a small win sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, first 3 grubs are secured by Final Boss, though it was traded out. Syndicate in the process did take that first Drake. So just like last time, Syndicate pick up the Drakes, Final Boss pick up Metro. Gonna take a little bit of damage.
Dash
He's gonna
out of
pop
that.
up on the Trident.
Trickster is going to be on cooldown. Jake is going to come in to see if he cannot. He's going to flash there, but into this boss, so we also have a play going on. Metro probably going to fall down. He doesn't have the flash. He's not quite up yet. Jake going to be able to pick up that kill. Finally getting himself onto the board. Took a little bit longer compared to the first game, but still is going to pick that up for himself, giving some breathing room over to Boogie Nerd here. Level 6 with Deathmaster here. Does have the paranoia. Jake also has the ultimate. There he goes, possibly. Not quite. Knight took a little too much damage there. And now, oh, Jake has to be careful. He's going to be forced to use this over, but he doesn't have the flash there. Can they give this over to Melly? Yes, they can. Feat of Warfare going over to Final Boss, and CalJ going to chase down Knight in here. And there it is. Going to be forced to flash. Knight and Kumi does have the ultimate, doesn't have the flash, though. But I think they're going to be just fine. Is going to force the Summoner out of the support here. And Final Boss doing what Syndicate did to them in game number 1.
Yeah, no, taking the reins early. Jake a little bit over aggressive. Doesn't I think that could have been so different if they actually went for the dive there, but instead tries to stay in that jungle and gets caught out and punished for it. So that's going to be a kill over the final boss. Pressure onto the bottom side, and now we're seeing that Nocturne counter jungle a little bit, take those Raptors from Jake as well. So now Jake in a rough position is going to be able to secure his red buff. So at least we'll not lose that. But yeah, game state wise, final boss clearly having the advantage. We saw them use those grubs to great effect in the last game as well, just having that turret lead all the way up until they lost that Baron and Elder combination. So I would not be surprised if we see them put heavy emphasis on taking those next 3 grubs and continue to try to play around the game state, the winning lanes they already have, and just punish them and take those turrets early.
Yep, so final boss, not unfortunately going to be able to get the first Drake here. So Syndicate is still going to be able to pick that up, but once again, is going to be able to get 3 out of the 6 grubbies here. Maybe hopefully looking to make it 6 out of 6 like in the first game here. I think they should.
Oh,
Garen has a lot of prio here. Metro going to go in.
okay.
Is going to find Knight in here. I think he
Exhaust.
should be fine. Yep, just has the playful Trickster to get out of there, and that's a Fizz moment there for you.
Yeah, gets away practically for free. A lot of damage being dealt to Metro is going to, I think, pop a
Gonna be
pot there
stunned
to
up.
heal.
There's the shark there, but Knight is also here, and Metro are barely gonna be able to dodge out of that stun. Knight is just spending a lot of time here, but hey, that's what I said. With the Xayah pick, you can do things like that because Xayah is such a safe laner. It's so hard to dive her because being able to just drop just any type of damage being done to you for about 2.5 seconds or so, and just having the amount of damage that your Feather Call has is just such a big deterrent to this bot lane with Melee and Calj to really try to, just try to engage under the tower, especially since it's exhaust and not ignite for Calj. As Crab, gonna have to be careful, is going to be 1v3'd here. Gonna silence up Jake, gonna just walk out of there though. I mean,
Jeez.
this is what he did last game. I mean, they sent so many resources and tried to overload the top side to see if they can't get a kill on Crab, and Crab just doesn't care. He absorbs the pressure beautifully and gets out alive.
Yeah, and again, this is what I was kind of talking about. Just having this neutral game state. Ooh, Kumi is taking a lot.
Kumi have to be careful. Is going to be forced to ult there. Taking a lot of damage, though, and the Hail of Arrows is going to be up. Not quite, but Kumi taking a lot of damage. Definitely needs Knight here. Does have the Chrono Shift ready to stop the dive from being happening here, but he does have the flash. He still has the barrier. He's just going to walk out alive. Is going to be able to collect all of this. Jake into the mid lane. Metro's going to have to be careful. Is going to walk out of that lightning there. It is going to be Paranoia used. Q right through. There's the playful Trickster. He's going to be nearsighted. Feared up, beaten down. Calj is here. Not going to want to take it. Just there for the assist. And it looks like Syndicate is just desperate at this point.
Yeah, and honestly, that looked like it was a pretty good position until it very suddenly wasn't. The jump from the Nocturne was great. I actually like that they're using the Nocturne in a little bit more reactive manner to support dives rather than go in and go off the engage themselves. I think it's a really good adaptation after not having like an Oriana to really play off of with that engage. So I do like that small adaptation for them. They're finding a lot of value in it. But I did want to mention, I mean, I talked about at the beginning that Crab was kind of the weak link for final boss. I mean, they had the lowest KDA on the entire team, so give them a Garen and they could just kind of sustain in lane. But they've used this Garen to such great effect and just held so dominantly that I don't even want to say that they're just kind of just existing in lane. They're kind of becoming, not even kind of, they are just a problem for a Syndicate, and they're struggling to deal with it. Even when they're supposed to be falling off last game, they really didn't. They continued to be a threat, and now with 2 kills under their belt before 12, this Garen could go from a problem to really the biggest threat on the board if they don't find a way of shutting them down. They have a 150 gold bounty, but even like we saw a little bit ago, 3 members of Syndicate tried to go in to secure the kill, and they just couldn't do so.
Yep, a little bit of trade going on there. Scatterly barely going to miss out. They're going to try to throw out the ultimate there, but it's not going to be enough. Flash coming out. Flash answered.
Nice.
Metro going to fall down, but it is going to be a trade kill. Knight going to be forced to flash into this boss side here. Melly going to use the Chains of Corruption here. He's going to try to taunt him up to make sure he cannot get his ultimate off, but it is still going to go off. Jake is now here. Paranora still being used. Kalj got to be careful himself. Is going to find another knockup. Deathmaster going to be able to pick up that one at Knight. Jake going to be the next target here. The Melly's just ripping through the health bar right now. If he's able to get another hail of arrows out, would have been able to reset his W into his piercing arrow. Not quite, but Jake, Kumi, both about at half HP. Kumi still with the feather call here to see if possibly cannot survive a dive here. Deathmaster is looking for it. Kalj not going to be feeling real confident, is below half HP here. And it is just going to be backed off there, but nice play coming out from Final Boss Esports. And there's a Nocturne. It's Feast or Famine, and it is feasting today as Jake going to go in for a re-engage here. Is barely going to be able to get out of that knockup. Melly just going to try to trade over, and there's the ultimate. Jake going to be able to pick up that one. Syndicate finding a clapback here, picking up 2 kills for themselves for nothing. Metro back into the mid lane, see if he can't find a kill onto Boogie, but he doesn't quite have the Ignite or his ultimate up quite yet. As Deathmaster, see if possibly just can't freeze this wave for his bot laners here. As Knight is going to run into this mid lane to defend Boogie for any type of harassment from Metro here. As Syndicate, I mean, I feel like I'm watching game 1 again, right? And we see the flash coming out. There's the ultimate. The tether doesn't break, but there's the flash to barely get out of it. And forcing a flash out of the ADC, not bad for just showing your presence. But like I was saying, like game 1, Final Boss Esports doing really well early in this game, the same way Syndicate is, and then Final Boss found a way back into game 2, the same way Syndicate's doing now. It's a repeat. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, and also it's the fact that we have Grub Split and Dragon Split right now, which means that it's going to come down to the next major objective. There's not been a lot of turret damage besides on this top lane, but I doubt this Garen's going to be securing this turret quite yet. So the feat of strengths are probably going to come down to the next major objective.
He's going to be able to get right over that. Does have his ultimate. Is going to use it here. No ultimate for Kumi. Looks like see if they can't go on tonight. They actually are. Oh, okay. Maybe. Seemed like they hesitated a little bit. They probably could have played a little bit more aggressive there. Decided against it. Does force the Zillion ult out. And Metro is roaming down here. So they're going to try to push out this wave. Metro going to walk right into Knight. And I think Knight is just going to fall down to slow, though. There's the ultimate, though. Is going to fall down. Metro picking up that one. TP coming out from the Syndrome, but TP follow from Crab. Another TP coming out from Beach. It is going to be a 4v1, but he's going to be able to flash out of there. Not going to be a 4v4. It is going to be Deathmaster into his top side, but no help from the jungler for Final Boss here. And Beach does have his ultimate. Is going to knock out. Going to be silenced. Is going to be beaten down. Crab on a killing spree. Jake going to be the next target here. Metro going to have to be careful. Bailey going to fall down. Leash power there. Beginner going to be the next target. Barrier is there. Not going to be enough. Is going to fall down finally there. Kumi doing a lot of damage himself. Jake is now going to be the target flash coming up from Ellie to get out of that. If he can get the piercing arrow there, out quite enough. And one more auto, not there. Double kill from Ellie. Kumi barely living out from that one, as so much was happening in that fight. Top side for her Deathmaster Pros. I'm not going to lie. I feel like he probably could have walked down bot since the start of that play and got there in time with his Paranora. I'm not going to lie. He probably could have turned that around for Final Boss.
Yeah, but notably, that is the first turret fallen, and seeing as Final Boss secure the feat of Warfare, that is the feats of strength going over the Final Boss. So while they did technically lose that fight with a 4-for-3, they do secure feats of strength, so that is a pretty valid thing to play for. Drake is up. That was not secured by the team. It's the Infernal Drake, so it's going to be, I believe it's Infernal Soul. Rifty is going to be secured by Deathmaster, so they are going to get quite a bit of value, even though they lost that fight. But the real problem, I think, is going to be the Xayah Kumi only falling to an execution. So essentially going 3-0-3 after that fight, having been completely uninvolved for the first part of the game. This Xayah is now firmly online, and that's a very scary proposition for Final Boss.
Yeah, Metro going to go on to Beach. Is going to take about half HP, but there's a Shadow Realm taking him there. Is going to get knocked up with that shark there. Paranora going to be used defensively, it seems like here. Deathmaster going to go in, trying to fight a little bit here. Maybe buy some time. Metro, you have to be careful. There's the ultimate from the Zillion. Metro is going to be really careful. Can he find it? Just barely not there. Gets slammed into the ground with the mace. Lord Beach picking up that one. First kill of the game for him, finally. adding a 1 before that 3 there, and Final Boss not being able to quite find what they need in that little skirmish. Knight going to be here. Gonna have to be careful though. Melly not being able to quite find. Oh, there it is. There's the change of
Oh,
corruption, and I think Knight's just gonna fall down here. That's a lot of healing. It's gonna be flashed out. There's the
oh,
exhaust. Whistle flash also out of Boogie Nerd there. As honestly, I thought Knight was gonna die there. And there he is. I saw the piercing arrow, and I knew it was coming. Gonna fall down. Melly picking up out 1, and then it's gonna be a knock up under the tower. There's the Seraph's Embrace with the barrier, and Melly gonna dive under that tower, picking up another kill for himself. Cal J will take that any day of the week, picking up the mid, picking up the support, picking up a lot of golden XP into this mid lane, forcing Jake having to answer here. And Melly, have to be a little bit careful there. There's a smite, gonna be stunned up here, and
no ult.
might be fine. The Hill of Arrow Slow is there. His jungler is just further farther down, but it looks like he just wants to go for that Drake. It is gonna be a level lead for Jake. They're just going to kind of slap each other here. Crab is on his way, but Crab has to be careful here. He's about to fall down. There's a Terrified, but the Strike Breaker slow will be enough. There's the Shark as well. Going to be chomped up, eaten by Fizz ultimate there. And here comes Cal J for a re-engage onto Knight. Doesn't have his ultimate quite yet there. Nice stun coming out there. Nice Feather Call as well. And it is going to be Crab trying to do as much as he can onto Lord Beecher. Dragon now going to be answered over. It is going to be Syndicate picking up that one. And once again, it looks like it's good for Final Boss. Good for Syndicate. Good for Final Boss. Just for it to be good for Syndicate here. It's a crazy back and forth like game number 1. I mean, both of these teams just seem so equally skilled.
Yeah, no, what looked really solid for Final Boss does get turned to Syndicate. They also secure that Drake, so that's nice. It is Ocean Drake, so an Ocean Soul. One of the weaker ones, but a bit of extra healing is never bad. It's just there's a lot stronger options out there. So Drake honestly might not be one of those major objectives that these teams play for. We might see a little bit more towards the Otacon and towards the Baron. Otacon, speaking of which, is up and it is ruinous. So those extra bonuses for that Crown of Carnage buff is going to be available, though Metro
Metro's
is
gonna have
going
to
be
be
in a rough spot.
careful. Is gonna try to get out of it. Is gonna be slowed up by Knight and is gonna be pulled in, stunned up by Jake. Bear's gonna slap him down. And Atacon, I don't think they quite want to do this quite yet. They don't know where everyone else is. They have to defend Kumi. Brigadier's gonna have to be careful. Is gonna be silenced up. Is gonna be tower forced here, and Kumi gonna be ulted. Is gonna use ult himself, but once you get hit, you're still rooted in place. There's the piercing arrow. They have to go forward here. They're committing to the play. Nice stun there. Kumi's probably gonna live through this one. There it is. Feather call back. Double kill going over to Jake. And I think that's just an Atacon play for them. There's not much on the map for Final Boss to really take except for this bottom side, but Briggy Nerd's already there to defend it. But it looks like they might actually decide against it. They don't want to possibly overextend themselves, but I honestly think they maybe could have done it.
Yeah, I think if they had
there's the TP coming out from Crab into this top side. The Paranor is up, but it looks like he's just going to walk away. He did not want to take that chance.
Not at all. I think if they had Kumi on hand, I think they easily would have gone for the Otacon, but I don't think they had enough damage. Jake is very strong, but just alone, I don't think could have done enough to melt that Otacon before there was time for Final Boss to have a say. So I do think that was probably a smart play. They probably could have still won it out, seeing as they had the numbers advantage, but why risk it when you don't need to and give over a very, very strong buff to your opponents? Instead, they're just going to try to play a little bit safer and get the leads where they can. They now do, actually, they brought it back to a pretty much level game. There we go. Exactly 37.9 apiece.
Yeah, they're dead even.
Dead even again, and we saw this in the exact same of last game. Excuse me, jeez. Neither one of these teams are really willing to give anything up. They're both playing it smart. They're both playing it safe. A lot of the big carries are starting to come online. The one player I keep looking at who is becoming more and more dangerous, I think is quietly done so, is Jake. Jake is 7, 4, and 5 now. 7 kills on the board for them. I honestly think it probably would be better for Kumi to have it because it is the Zaya. But at the end of the day, 7, 4, and 5 on this big bear of Volley Bear is nothing to scoff at. Oh, Nyan, don't get caught.
Yep,
Oh
Knight
no,
is going to be caught up
honey.
here. Is going to be charmed up. There's his ultimate going to be forced out there, and Brigadier's going to be the next
Zaya's
target
there.
here. That's a lot of shielding, but it's not going to be enough. Metro going to take about half HP. Knight is going to live, but that's his ultimate used. And I mean, that's big for what Final Boss wants to do. They still have the ultimate with the Nocturne. They're going to go in there. Flash going to be answered for Melon. There's a Paranora right onto Jake here. Is going to be knocked up. Going to be feared here. But is it going to be enough? He is still quite tanky. Kumi doing a lot of damage. Just dishing it out to the front line here. And Crab, once again, just in the top side, doing whatever he wants into this matchup here. It's just going to clear the wave. Doesn't care about the tower. But back again into his bot side. Jake going to be the target once again here. And they're doing a beautiful job of just kiting this out here. But J has to be careful. It's going to be forced to flash. But Metro to the backside is going to be able to pick up Knight. Kumi, though, is going to answer in kind. And there's a double TP coming out there. Shutdown going over to Deathmaster. Lord Beat's going to see if he can't find something on Melly. Flash coming out is going to land right into that death realm here. Melly's most likely going to fall down, but Crab is by himself into this top side. Is most likely going to be able to answer away this side. That was double TP used for that play, though. So we'll see if they can't use that advantage for not having a lot of pressure around the map, as Crab going to be able to pick up that 700 gold richer. 231 CS and 183, 2.5 items. I mean, this man is just so much pressure in these side lanes once again.
Yeah, notably here, though, the pings are coming out for this Drake. I'd imagine now after those kills, we're going to see the reset come through from the blue side. They want this Drake. However, many of the side of Final Boss have respawned. There was not a full reset here, so not everyone got the items that they need for this next big fight, but they are going to be going for it either way. A lot of presence and a lot of wards being used.
Here, barely able to dodge out of that one. Scout of the week right onto J. Is just going to battle dance right out of that one. Crab is on the side here, is going to try to reclaim some of this lost pressure here, but this will be sole point for Syndicate and Final Boss. They are still looking, it seems. See if they can't do anything here. Scatter Week used. There's the pull in from Lord Beat. Silence coming out here. And it is going to be stunned right onto Jake, but he's going to go to backside, see if he cannot pick up this Drake, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to have to be careful. It's going to have the ultimate from the Knight in there, but Kumi just not being able to do what he needs to do, and Crab just in the backline doing so much damage, and Knight going to be the only one left alive. And Final Boss able to take away that fight, able to pick up the Drake as well, and they're looking for possible just push into the mid lane. They don't have to worry about Baron. They don't have to worry about Atacon. They want the objectives. They want as much gold as possible. Reset and get just prio into this top side here so they can get Atacon and Baron possibly at the same time here. It's just Knight. I don't think he can really do anything by himself. He doesn't have his ultimate. And Crab can just walk through the tower.
Yeah, they have the wave as well. They're in a position where they can just kind of keep going. Okay, so they are gonna finally put a halt to it. They're not gonna push in too aggressively. The respawns have come out, but they played that so well, immediately going after Jake, really the only player on this Syndicate side who could deal with the pressure and just the damage from Crab. So taking him out early just meant he was able to run rampant in the back line. Oh,
they're on the Baron right now.
Go
J is going to be able to spot it out. Is going to be recalled back from Crab. He does have TP, so he can just TP straight into this top side, and that's what he's going to do. He could go for a possible flank. Deathmaster has not reset it quite yet, but he does have the ultimate. He does have the smite here. So it is still a possible play here. Crab into this backside is going to see if he can't find something onto Knighton, and I think he is. It's going to be Paranoid to the backside. The ult coming out from Kumi, going to be forced to flash. Jake trying to do as much as he can. Metro onto Birdie Nerd now. One more auto. There it is. Lurbeach able to pick up a kill on Melly. I don't think it's going to matter. Crab just does so much damage. 1v2 and not going to be quite enough. But Metro is here, and he is mad. He is upset about game number 1. He's looking to turn it around for his team. There's going to be a 1v1 between Drake and Metro. He's going to be able to pick it up. Jake might actually have this here. Metro, can he get out of this life? No, he cannot. Chomp, says the Volley Bear. Jake picking up an ace for his team. 26-24. This game is pretty much once again dead even. Only slight advantage to Final Boss, but not for much longer. If Jake can pick up this tower and possibly get much more pressure for his team, as, I mean, we're just going to run it back. Baron and Atacon is still up. everyone's going to respawn roughly at the same time. Let's just head back up to the top side and let's roll it again.
Yeah, no, that mid lane turret is going to go. Jake now 10, 6, and 9. So is firmly online, is really the big catalyst. If they can continue to just kind of continue and sustain themselves in these fights and allow a little bit of separation for the Xayah. The Xayah is also 7, 3, and 8 right now. So they're ripping through, but they've just done such a good job, Final Boss is, of just targeting their big carries on the opposing side. So they really need Jake to continue to just be this threat, continue to put pressure, make it so that he draws their fire to allow a little bit of separation for the hyper carries. But
Crab is going to go
it's just
right
been so
onto
strong.
Beach once again, but Jake and Knight are on the way. There's the ultimate there, and he's probably going to use the ult right onto Beach. Not even needed, actually. Oh, it might be okay. Crab is going to fall down, is going to force the ult out from Knight, and so, I mean, at least he gets something out of it. He almost got him with that ultimate before Knighton was actually able to get there. But that is going to be Garen down for 40 seconds. It could be a possible angle for Syndicate, but they really don't have the wave set up. Their mid isn't shoved out. Metro is doing a really good job at keeping this bot lane shoved in. And Fizz does so much damage to turrets that even if Boogie TPs to this top side, you're leaving a Fizz alone against your structures. And even if they lose Baron, if he's able to get like the 2 towers and maybe even inhibitor, I mean, that's worth it for Final Boss.
Final Boss doing what they did in the last game yet again, and we've seen this throughout the entire split. The teams that typically win are the ones who constantly have the better game state, and they have done such a good job at denying the turret takes from Syndicate while also just taking one by one all of Syndicate's turrets. Only one exterior turret on that bottom side left standing, and is hanging on by a thread, and it just means Syndicate does not have a lot of room. There's never like just free space for them to roam. Their jungle is constantly at threat of being counter jungled, so they constantly have to play a lot safer. And because of that, they're constantly kind of on the back foot. It takes them longer to get to objectives. It takes them longer to get across map to support their allies. So, I mean, Final Boss, even though
you have to be careful here. It is going to be speed up. They're zooming out, and I think Melly's just going to fall down. But there's the paranoia into the back line here. And he's going to go golden here, but nice knock-up coming out and charm from CalJ here. A lot of damage going out, but I don't think it's going to be a win for Final Boss here. Metro into the back line. Don't think it's going to matter. No one falls for Syndicate there as they found Melly. And at that point, I think you just call it off and just try to play for a long con on to the Baron or something. But they're just going to back off. They are going to go for this Drake, though, so they are going to trade over. Not the best thing for them, but it's better than nothing. But they might back out here, see if they can't find something. But no, they're okay. They're also going to concede over to Drake. They're not even going to try to get that. Crab is going to fight into Beach. You definitely do not want to do that. Knight still does have his ultimate up. There's not much you can really do there. And there's the Otacon. Also going to be trying to be picked up for Syndicate as well. Knight and Lord Beach make sure they do not do this Drake. Really well just done with their positioning here. They're just taking everything now.
And they're going to be able just to pretty much walk down to this side. All those blood roses are going to all the big carries. Knight and, excuse me, I completely blanked the name. Lord Beach doing a very good job of just holding them off this Drake for a long period of time. Lord Beach is going to take grab, but we're getting to the point where Garen is kind of falling off a little bit. Lord Beach not taking nearly as much damage. He's going to be fighting
into here, and I mean, he is going to be shielded up here. That is a lot of damage. Crab going to be forced to run away here. And he's going to be pulled back, going to be slammed down. I mean, that shield was killer. Without that shield, Beach would have fallen down. But that's part of the champion there. He also has the Deadmans and the Tabbies. So just able to keep him alive just long enough to be able to DPS through the execute from Crab. So, I mean, that's demoralizing for Final Boss because Crab has just been this unit that has been playing the side lane so well. And for him to get 1v1'd by Beach there is just, it's like, what do you do now?
Yeah, Garen has fallen off quite a bit. This Nocturne as well has not been doing very much since, Syndicate have really started taking the lead. They now have Baron, so we're starting to see the siege come through. That tier 2 over in bot side has been secured. Final Boss did take that Drake though, so they did get something out of it. They're one off of Soul now, and it is Hextech. I was actually incorrect. It's Hextech Soul, which is one of the best, if not the best. So that's actually crazy good for this team, though. I think really only Zaya is really anyone getting a massive bonus off of it, especially with the attack speed. But still, just overall is so strong, especially with the Hex
Oh,
Gates. We are
Fire wants
seeing
to
the
get into
1v1.
this top side. Blue Beach going to be terrified up into here, but you have to be careful. He still has the
Oh,
shield
jeez.
up, and Jake does have the ultimate. Is going to turn off that tower and lights out for Deathmaster here, but Knight has to be careful. He's by himself. Oh no! Is going to be able to get his ultimate off there. Cal J is going to flash into the triangle with Jake here as Knight and Metro tried to time it perfectly, but it wasn't quite enough. There is going to fall down. A leash power from Boogie Nerd is going to pretty much just one tap him there, and Baron's still up for another 25 seconds. It is going to be Syndicate
Oh no.
pushing into this top side. Reset coming out from Lord Beach so he can TP right back. Crab Sleepy can't find anything. Boogie Nerd gonna get Chain of Corruption, but he is gonna go golden here. Jake gonna be the target, doesn't have his ultimate. Knight does not have his either. And Crab doing his best, but
Is this
the
game?
final boss are found in the wrong side of their base here, and everybody's
They
gonna
have the
fall
wave.
down. And it is going to be 10 seconds for Deathmaster. He does have Paranoia. Cal J not going to be able to get the knock up. Crab going to be stunned up. Beach taking 2 towers. Is going to be silenced. Taking a lot of damage, but that's a big shield as well. Melly trying his best, but he's running out of mana. Metro in 4 seconds. Deathmaster
they have the
is
wave.
up here. And see if they can do it there. Cal J going to fall down. It's a lot of low health bars. Crab Energy cannot do anything. This Paranoia is going to fall down. It's going to go to the backside. I don't think it's going to be enough. There's the ultimate coming out from the Zaya. There's Knight in ultimate as well. Beach slamming his hammer down right onto Metro. Double kill going to Kumi. Deathmaster Pounds, the last one left alive. And there's the flash coming up from Knight. Double bomb is going to eat one, not the other. Deathmaster Constellation living on that one, but Syndicate taking us to in a game 3. They're looking for a 3-0 against Final Boss Esports.
It was so close until it wasn't. They were tied for so long in that game, and then Jake, over the course of that game, just continued to get one kill after another and after another, constantly pulling the strings like a little puppet master, constantly controlling where the ganks go, getting them, and suddenly, as we approach like the 25-30 minute mark, Jake was the only person who could really deal with Crab on that Garen and was still struggling in doing so. But then we hit that mark. We hit that 30-ish mark, and Garen started doing less and less and less. And without the Garen really being able to tank as much as it used to, that Nocturne started falling off harder and harder and harder. And then Knights with those crazy ultimates meant they weren't able to capitalize off the very aggressive Fizz. Yeah, no, it was just one of those moments where one team was hitting their peak while another team was starting to fall off, and Syndicate just took that momentum and ran with it. We didn't even get a soul. We never got an elder. They secured Baron, they secured the Otacon, they got the buffs that they needed to. That Crown of Carnage was able to overcome the difference in Drakes. And that final team fight, they had the wave, they played it perfectly, and they just kept pushing. Jake was pretty much unkillable that entire last team fight. And at the end of the day, all of their big weapons just fell off so hard, there was nothing they could do. They could not stop Jake. And because they couldn't stop Jake, there was just so much degree of separation between them and Kumi and them and Boogie Nerd. They just couldn't deal with the hyper carries. Incredibly well played by Syndicate.
Yeah, it was. It was crazy, right? Because I thought we were going to get the same thing for the first game, and Final Boss was going to be able to take it away there. But I mean, it looked like Final Boss had relatively good fight after fight after fight, and then just out of nowhere they just lost all these team fights. And the biggest nail in the coffin was the fact that it was that mid lane play actually where they called out Melly, and the rest of Final Boss tried to engage in a very unfavorable position. Pretty much all of them falling down. They pick up Baron, they pick up Atacon. They didn't get the Drake. Final Boss was able to barely get out of that one, but they had Baron and Atacon right next to each other after winning a team fight, getting that Blood Rose, and it just the gold lead being able to equalize for them and being able to get the goal they need on their carries and to be able to give them the pressure that they needed and the siege and just get that standing goal on the map with those towers. I mean, it was the last push Syndicate really needed, and they were like right on that silver lining, once it got pushed over, it was just gone. It
Oh
didn't
yeah.
take much for either team. It was crazy. It was close, and if Final Boss was able to do what Syndicate did, it probably would the same thing probably would have happened.
Absolutely. Yeah. No. But at the end of the day, Syndicate is the one to win out game number 2. That is going to be it for game number 2. This is a best of 5, though, so it is not over. We still have possibly 3 more games to go, but Syndicate really, really strong game number 1 and 2, put themselves in a position to close it out in 3-0 fashion. But we will see what happens in game number 3 in just a few minutes when we come back from this short intermission.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Syndicate versus Final Boss Esports quarterfinals playoffs for both of these teams. Syndicate currently up 2-0 for Final Boss, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm hoping I'm hoping for more games. Game 5 would be very nice tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these two have been extremely close the entire time. So I could have still see us going game 5, but Syndicate very strong out of the gate. Just to give a little bit of an update across the series, though, not just here, but on the other side of the bracket. Right now, Black Twitch League is 2-0 up over Mint. So we have a world of possibility because obviously one of the two all-stars are getting knocked out in this game because one was on Syndicate, one was on Final Boss. But if Mint do fall, that means 3 out of the 5 All Stars, like Team One All Stars, could be out of the running. To win it all. So that could be a crazy thing. Obviously, still a lot to play for. And now we get to see what happens with these two teams once their back is truly up against the wall. But we do see the ban phase come through rather quickly. Really, nothing, actually, no changes on the bans. They're keeping it the exact same. We're seeing Jake once again run it back on that Volley Bear. Not surprised as he operated that incredibly well. We do see the Lilia, not a champ that we have been seeing picked up a lot because it's been banned so often. But yeah, Lilia is gonna get picked up here, and we do see the run back for Melee on the Zaya as well. Oh,
So,
excuse me, no,
yeah,
Kumi rocked it. Never
yeah,
mind. So he's
Kumi
taking
rocked it
away
last
actually.
game. Yeah, so Melly gonna take it away this game, and Kumi and Knight actually gonna pick up the Ash Lulu into this bot lane here. So they're just going. Okay, Crab just like, all right, guys, just pick me, Garen. Send me top lane. I'll do fine. You guys just got to figure out the rest of what you're gonna do in this bot side of the map. But I've been killing it up here, and he has.
Honestly, wow, these bans are coming through. It looks like they might just run it back as is with the bans, no changes. If this is, oh, excuse me, no, Mordekaiser was banned out last time, so a little bit of a change up. But yeah, no, I actually commented to you earlier, Sheep, about how it really did just kind of feel like while Garen was really far ahead, there just wasn't another big scaling champion to really pick up the slack once that Garen started falling off. Because obviously, Melee G was doing really well, but was really kind of the only other hyper carry that was in a position to do so, but they were being so hard targeted. But now, with that Zaya who can become a real menace. Also, Lilia, not typically seen as a hyper carry, but can get really, really scary late into the game. I think it's a really good response and adaptation. Swain, I'd imagine me going into the mid lane. That would be a very fun pickup for Boogie. Another one of those AP champions that can just become super tanky and very, very difficult to kill, kind of like the Galio, but a different play style. But still, we saw them use that to great effect, and we are going to see that Swain lock in. That's huge. That does give that mid lane final pick over to Final Boss, so we'll see what they do in response. Gangplank? Okay.
Can we see it?
That
Is it a lock in? There
we go. Okay. That's a very heavy AD champ. That's a big powerhouse. Not very mobile, but can really stop and put an end to very heavy aggressions. Can just absolutely delete someone. So interesting to see how that will go up against the Garen. But yeah, no. I think this is really interesting. If this is the pick, okay.
Okay. We
so
are
that,
getting.
Who's going where?
I think that's probably mid, because I think Metro does play it.
Okay,
so yeah, that's probably gonna be a
Wukong mid. That will be interesting. Technically, Melee though obviously can really good at gap closing. Going in, that's really good for team fighting. This team composition actually is very scary when it comes to team fighting capabilities. That Wukong, that Garen, and that Rakan just diving in with the assists from the Lilia, who could also just sleep pretty much the entire team. The Q, the bowling ball, and the E is super strong as well, putting a lot of pressure from distance. And obviously, with all that pressure diving in onto Syndicate, if they can keep all that pressure, good positioning from Melee G on this, Zaya can kind of just rip them apart. So I actually really, as opposed to the last two games where we were like, oh, final boss's composition's a little bit weird. This one I think is very strong. This is a very easy front to back. And if everyone plays how they have been playing, it really feels like they have a lot of conditions to just get ahead and win the game, which they have not had in the last two drafts.
Yeah, so yeah, it's very simple, right? You go back to cookie cutter, right?
Yeah.
You go back to like, okay, guys, this is knockout game. We gotta win 3 straight, right?
Yeah.
And and they're like, let's just go back to something very simple. Let's just front to back, press hard, engage, and then we might be able to ink this out because they were so close for the first 2 games. I mean, the games were like dead even for like 80% of the games. So if they could just do, like you said, what they've been doing for these last 2 games and just been playing as well with the straight, really strong front to back comp, they might just be able to take the game away. But I mean, with how these games have been going, I mean, Syndicate could just as easily just throw away the early game, somehow find a way to come back just to throw the lead again, and for the game to be dead even, for them to win the game anyway, right? That seems to be the recipe for this series so far. So we'll have to see if Syndicate is able to just do the same thing, and maybe this game will be a little bit of a shakeup, and we might just get a wash from either of these teams.
Yeah, I do. The one thing I do like about Syndicate's composition is that there's so much CC. There's just so much presence for them. That Ash Arrow, the obviously the slow, and just the damage coming out from Jake on that Volley Bear with the Swain, with the pool. There's a lot of opportunities for setup, specifically with Gangplank and his barrels. That composition gives Gangplank the time that he needs to get that set up, to get the full range of effects, which is horrifying if you are final boss, because one good barrel setup and combination in a team fight can take you from absolutely dominating to running away with the tail between your legs, because suddenly two squishies are dead and everyone else is running away with half health or less when you were dominating the team fight. So I honestly, this I think is going to be knock on wood, because I know cast their curse is a real thing. I'm so guilty of it, but I think this might be the most competitive game we've had yet, which is a statement saying is how close the last two have been. Both these compositions have their win conditions. Both these compositions are very, and I don't want to call them standard because they're not. It's like you said before. It's they just have the means to win. They don't pull out anything crazy. There's no crazy. The craziest pick we see here is that Wukong mid, and that's not really shaking the world. So both these teams are going back to the basics. They know what they want to do. The compositions are set up for what they want to do. They both have multiple win conditions in them, in the actual composition wise. They both have the roots they need to get there. So honestly, I'm expecting this to be a banger of a matchup.
Yeah, we've already gotten 2 bangers out of the way, so this one's probably going to be another banger going to game number 3. We'll see if Final Boss can finally take up their first win in this best of 5, and hoping to set up the road for a reverse sweep going out into tonight, because I would love to see some Silver Scrapes playing here tonight.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get to that point, Final Boss has to take this and stop themselves from being eliminated into the quarterfinals. Give us a second. Gonna head into a quick intermission for the spectator delay. Alrighty, we are back into game number 3 between Syndicate and Final Boss Esports. This is do or die for Final Boss. We are into the quarterfinals. We are into playoffs. It's a best of 5. Syndicate's up 2-0. Final Boss has to win 3 straight, or Syndicate is moving up into the semifinals here. 5 point for both teams. Nothing crazy going on. Not going to get my level 1 invade that I love so much, but Final Boss aren't taking any chances.
No. And we were kind of talking about it before. This is kind of do or die. This is the test of the mental for a final boss, but they've done so well. They've been so disciplined this entire time, really having no plays that make us kind of question what's going on in their heads. And they know they're in this do or die situation, so they are not going to test fate. It has been so close for the last 2 games that they're not risking putting themselves behind. We do see a little bit of trading across both sides of the map, though. One side leaning red, the other side leaning blue. So nothing crazy, no kills going either way, but a little bit of information gathered for both sides here. Looks like Lilia is going to be Deathmaster. That is going to be starting on the top side, red side. So we should see them put a little bit of emphasis down on the bot side. And actually, it's going to be matched by volley. So both of these junglers are going to be wanting to put pressure on this bottom side, which not surprised. Kumi and Melly G have kind of been the pairing to really watch out for, as it's been so back and forth.
So a little bit of an initiate going on here as Melly taking a lot of damage from Kumi there. He started Q level 1, which is a little bit interesting if they wanted to go for a level 1 engage. One of the strongest level 1 engages is Zyra with the double W start from both of them because of the little interaction they have. But looks like Melly was playing for level 2 and they just didn't quite communicate that, I guess. But they're going to have to concede the prio for now for level 2, but it wasn't horrible. Not taking a whole lot of damage.
Ooh,
Metro, range melee matchup. It's going to start sucky, but after about level 4 to 6, Metro should be able to start bouncing back the same way he did with Fizz. Yeah, big wave stacked up into his bot side against Melee.
Yeah, position to possibly deny some. It looks like it will do. So a bit of a CS. It's tiny, but it's still CS lead early going over to this blue side of Syndicate. Meanwhile, for the first time, really, we are seeing this Garen get punished a little bit. Now, ranged versus melee matchup is going to make it pretty difficult for Crab to do much. Though Gangplank is a heavy scaling champ, So once we start getting to level 3, 4, 5, we are going to see it swing back into this Garen's favor. But he needs to keep this Gangplank down because if he doesn't, this Gangplank can become a real problem.
Yep, Metro going to go in for an engage. Nice W to dodge out of that Nevermore there. Dash coming out, knock up onto Knight. Not much else is really going to be found there. The heal there. It is going to be a level 3 advantage for Syndicate's bot side there. So they're going to be able to very heavily win out into that trade. But level 3 is going to be picked up there. See if they can't find possibly some cheeky route. I don't think it's going to quite be there. But it's going to be Deathmaster into the spot side, picking up the scuttle. Is going to be able to clear just a little bit faster than Jake, but that's just how Lilia rolls. Jake looking for something here. Is going to be spotted out from Deathmaster. Is going to press his Q, look for something, but not much is going to happen. It's going to handshake away, and probably both taking a reset.
Actually, it looks
double
like
scuttle here. I mean, that would be
Lilia.
best case scenario here.
I think Lilia is going to get it for free because that reset does come out for the volley bear. It's going to be a race, but Lilia is already practically there. Will get spotted by that ward, so I'm not surprised to see that they are aware of it. The Garen might be running right to this volley bear.
Yep, trying to proxy, trying to be a cheeky little guy there. But spotted out by Jake there, but is going to be Scuttle picking up by Deathmaster. He is also here to defend him just in case if they do anything, and Metro does have the mid prio here. Crab going to run right into Beach. He does have the level advantage, so I'm pretty sure he could probably just kind of walk up onto him here. He does have Deathmaster walking up here, and he is going to proc the phase rush and just walk out. He did go Ignite this game instead of the TP. Metro trying to get this wave in is going to successfully do so, but Crab, once again, just trying to do what he was doing in the first game, trying to get his pressure, trying to get as much of a health lead as possible. It is actually up pretty decently on the CS. So he, once again, Crab just doing an amazing job in top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. This Wukong must be noted is doing really good at preventing these pulls from the Swain. That clone being used to great effect is going to become a problem. Meanwhile, this top side again should remain pretty even for the time being, but now with level 6 in the hands of Crab,
Yeah.
could in theory just kind of run down Lord Beach if
Yeah.
Lord Beach does not play this
Yep, there it
carefully.
is. There's the ignite, but not quite finding all that what he needed. Crab trying to do the special, the Crab special as you can call it, but not able to quite find all that he needs there. Is just going to expend both of his summoners and not really find all that much. And he's just
Okay.
trying to get this wave in and probably look for a reset.
Yeah, is pretty much going to do so. Jake is still sitting on this bot side, but bottom is pushing in on final boss. So really no room for a gank here. Lilia is there to help if it does come to it. Excuse me. But there we go. We are seeing the first objectives being put down. Grubs are up as well as the
Deathmaster Metro
cloud
is going
trade.
to walk over. Jake taking a lot of damage. Is going to be forced to flash there, but he is
Okay.
not done. He's going to be exhausted. Is going to be shielded up, though. Metro's looking for something. There he is. He does have the Cyclone. There it is. Knight coming out. One more auto. First flight going to go over to Metro. And his Kumi's going to be the next target as Melly's going to follow up. Calj as well. But he's actually going to turn right back around, right onto Deathmaster Pro and see if he can't get his jungler away.
Oh.
And Brigadier's going to fall asleep there. Demonic Ascension is going to blow up. And Battle Dance to keep Melly alive is going to try to body block there, and Bailey is going to be able to get out. Calj probably going to fall down, but does save his ADC support. Oh my goodness, you love to see it. Calj sacrificing himself for his lover into the bot lane here, as Metro is going to take a reset, and Crab going to constantly be looking for something once again. Not going to be able to quite find anything. Jake into this top side here. Beach is low on mana. Jake does not have a 6. But Crab did just use his W, so a lot of his damage reduction is down. But Deathmaster is also eye onto this top side here. Crab Degenerate is trying to buy as much time as possible, and that's the stun already used. And the E as well. And there's the Swirl Seed, not going to be able to quite land, but Crab's just going to have to walk out of here. Deathmaster is here, doesn't have the Sleeping Lullaby, but it's not going to matter. Jake is down a level, is going to try to do as much damage as possible because Boogie Nerd is now here. No Demonic Ascension, no Flash, none of them are going to miss. And it is going to be a 3v2 into this top side. No TP for Metro, so he can't defend this, but it looks like they're all just going to walk away. They don't want to risk it. They're looking to end this game, this series now. So they don't want to do anything that can give Final Boss any type of lead.
Yeah, instead they're going to go for these grubs, though the read is there. Metro's nearby. They are going to get spotted, but I don't think there's really anything they could do. The most that Final Boss can do is maybe try to steal one to prevent them from getting that charge for the feats of strength, but it looks like they're not going to do so. All three are going to get picked up. So yet again, game number 3, back to back to back, we are going to see the grubs for that first strike trade it. I don't think it's switched as Final Boss have been the ones to pick up the grubs for the last 2. Instead, they're going to be picking up a Drake this time around to start. So that'll be nice for them. Oh, Metro taking a little bit of damage, but is going to get out safe. But yeah, no, I do. It was a while ago, but it's kind of been ongoing fights since then. I do want to give massive props to Deathmaster in that fight towards the bottom side for that first Drake. That sleep, that lullaby on to, oh no, Lord Beach.
Yep. Beach going to take some damage here.
Okay,
Going to proc phase rush, and Crab just going to walk away.
Yeah. But that sleep onto the Swain while Swain was in that ultimate was just so massive. It held them off long enough that they couldn't join the fight. Swain with that range and with the ultimate in hand easily could have just picked apart the last couple. That
Metro could be looking for
running
something
away.
onto Boogie here. Cyclone and Demonic Ascension going to be used, but that's a lot of damage going out there.
Jeez.
And Metro
Jake's
picking
there.
up his second kill. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It's going to land onto Metro. He doesn't have the flash. I think he's going to fall down. There's this roll seed, but he's going to dash away. Gonna force the ultimate, but Shutdown's actually going to go over to Knight, and I don't think that's who you wanted it on. But Deathmaster, Calj, Melly going to have to get the hell out of dodge as Jake going to do a lot of damage. Nice knock up, though. There's this roll seed, and that's a lot of damage coming out from Melly, and there it is. He's going to be asleep, and Jake going to be the next target here. The Ash is going to try his best to slow them down. Jake going to stun up, going to try to get... Oh, nice charm coming out from Calj there, and Swole Seed, there's the charm up slow, and I think he's just going to fall down there. One more auto, going to donate it over to Melly. Final Boss Esports breath of fresh air. Honestly, out of the 3 games, even the second one where the early game was strong, I feel like they just feel so much more confident going into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. They are in a really demanding spot here, just forcing Syndicate to play their game. That is going to be massive. That is the feat of warfare going over to them as well. No major objectives to pick up off the back of that, but we do see a little bit of counter jungling. So Jake is going to continue to be behind as this Lilia just continues to eat. But many of the carries are starting to become a problem here. Lilia picking up a kill, Wukong with 2. Melee G 2-0-1 is scary. We're now at the point in the game where this gangplank is kind of being pushed in by Crab, really not able to do much because if they push out too aggressively, if they don't have support, they're just dead. Between the damage that Crab can do on this Garen with the ultimate, that final judgment can just tap them pretty much. So Gangplank is going to be quiet for at least a little bit, maybe some ultimates to help a team fight or two, but it's just not going to do enough. Meanwhile, Jake is in mid lane. He's going to try to run down Metro.
Yeah, he's going to look for something onto Metro, but Metro doesn't have his ultimate quite up yet, but I don't even think he needs it. One more auto, there it is. Metro just 1v1 Jake. Solo Bolo, I guess. Jake just underestimated how much damage Metro can do. And there's Crab going in and not going to be able to quite get it. The oranges saving Lord Beach's life. As, I mean, brute save lives, I guess. You know, listen to Gangplank. As apparently it can save you from a giant sword into the sky. Drake is going to be started up. It's going to be second one for Final Boss Esports. I'm going to rotate over probably into this top side, I assume, to maybe try to get something onto these grubbies that are about to spawn here. But there's going to be 2 Drakes picked up. Final Boss feeling really happy about that. Crab, unfortunately in a...
No way
not
he
in the
gets
best
out.
position, but the phase rush is going to be able to barely get him out of that. Cyclone is going to be used. There's a taunt up, knock up. There's the demonic ascension. He is also going to be exhausted, going to be knocked up again, taking a lot of damage. But there's the cannon barrage. Burgener just staying alive, and oh no, I've seen this one before. It's in the script. And Deathmaster Brothers. Oh my goodness, that damage! What did I just witness? Crime degenerate to the backside here. 9 can be the target. Gonna be forced to flash, and there he is. Spin to win. Jake gonna be the next target here. Metro gonna go right to the backside. The ult coming out from Jake is gonna be enough. Metro's gonna fall down. Maybe I did see this one in the script before. They gave me a plot twist as Final Boss Esports turned around the counterattack of Syndicate.
Yeah, absolutely. And this might be, Jake is kind of pulling away. So this is probably going to be 3 grubs over to Final Boss. And if that's the case, not only do they split the grubs, so neither team's really going to have that advantage, but that's going to be the first 3. No, Jake.
Melly might be able to get this one up, and there it is. Flash coming out, one more auto. Melly on a killing spree. They read him like a book with the ward. That ward on the entrance saw him going to the invade. Final Boss Esports, they are not willing to have this be a 3-0. They want the 3 straight. They want the reverse sweep. They have blood in their eyes here.
2 Drakes in their hands. They split the grubbies, so there's not going to be any grubs on the field. Neither team getting that buff. But they also get the feat of strength, picking up the first 3 kills as well as the first 3 major objectives. So that is huge for Final Boss. On top of that, it's 10-4. They have over a 3K gold lead going into 14 minutes. Melee G 3-0-1. This Wukong 4-2-2, 2-0-5. Lilia 1-0-1. Garen. This is the best looking team Final Boss has had, and they are not allowing it to be close. They are doing so damn good to keep the advantage. We do see Otacon spawn, not spawn, but at least make their presence known. It's going to be on the bot side. Oh, I'd imagine this is also going to be ruinous because, again, there's been so many kills, but that is yet to be determined. But that would be massive, especially if Final Boss can secure that and if they can continue to have the lead in terms of those major objectives. Because, yet again, the Crown of Carnage buff is just so strong if a team already has the lead.
Yeah, and since they got the feats of strength, Crab is going to be really annoying because he's going to be able to upgrade his Swifties, and he's just going to be running all over the map. And since he didn't bring TP, he doesn't have that like cross map prio to be able to just be where he needs to be. So that's going to help him tremendously. And Jake going to be looking for the spot side. There's 2 wards in those bushes, so they'll be able to spot him out once he actually moves from the furthest one. But Metro is also making his presence known here, and looks like they are just going to back off here. Not going to try to force anything too much. Jake is really just wants to get something done here, but he is going to be forced to reset. He doesn't really have any camps up into the top side or in his bot side, so he's not really doing, like, wasting his time. There's not really much else he can do on the map except for looking for something. As Crab, once again, kind of just trading with Beach here. Beach not going to be able to fall down nearly as much in terms of the second game, but the CS lead that Crab has is, I mean, it's good for what he needs it to be. As Final Boss really aren't just giving any inches to Syndicate so far, and it's much better look from game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the benefit of having a composition that it's just a little bit more cohesive. They have the means to win this game. And it's not like they have to reach for it either. They are already in the position to do so. They are just so strong going into this mid game. They have the advantage and they don't really have to worry as long as they keep playing as smart about throwing it away or being reliant on something else happening. It does look like they are going to be able to secure this Rifty because there's really no vision here. So Syndicate are seemingly completely unaware. Crab is continuing to do this as he's done so much in game 1 and 2, where just continue to proxy, push past that first turret, and continue to just counter jungle. It is going to come at the cost of this bot tier 1 turret, as that's pretty much going to go down for free. There's really not too much Melee G can do in response. But that is pressure being put to the bot side. I'd imagine that's due to them wanting an Icon buff here. Denying Final Boss that would be great for them. But it's coming at the cost of their entire top side, as it looks like they might be able to just secure this top tier 2.
Yeah, they overloaded the top side of the map here. Drake is spawning, but it looks like they were fine getting that up. He's just going to eat his orange, get out of that one. But he still have to be a little bit careful here. Is going to be forced out there. They don't quite get the kill, but they do get the tier 2 tower. So it was 1 tower for Syndicate, for 2 for Final Boss, but they are going to be able to pick up this Drake as well. As Crab looking for something good to force the flash out of Beach there. Beach was not taking the chance on that one. So free summoner for Crab for just existing on the same screen. But Berkey Nerd is looking to possibly look for something here on him.
Okay.
Nice W to give him the extra tenacity. Is going to be able to walk right out of that one. It looks like they're going to go and engage onto Nightin and Kumi. Metro is on his way, so is Deathmatch Bones. He's going to be forced to flash, but there's the flash answer. There's the Raw Ghost. Going to be a target. Is going to get Demacia here, maybe. Barely going to, there we go. Crab is barely going to live there. Metro up the Cyclone is going to be able to knock up Jake, try to cancel the follow-up there. The flash coming out from Beginner to see if he can't find anything. Demise is going to fall down. And there's the re-engage. Final Boss Esports. They are still continuing here. Jake going to be the next target here. Looks like finally going to back off here, but mid lane tower is definitely going to be the objective they are going to be after here. Jake still does have his ultimate. Going to be able to pick up that barrel. There's the E. Going to be able to dodge right out of that one. And Final Boss still aren't done yet. Melly still looking for more. Finally going to back out, though. Not going to be able to find much else. Crab going to reset. Going to go back to the bot side and push out that side lane. Final Boss Esports. This is a completely different game we have seen all tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. 13-4 now is the kill count. They did give over that one Drake.
Oh, what are you doing? Flash coming out.
Jake.
There's the cannon barrage. Flash coming out from Melly. There's the ult answered. CalJ, can he peel? Yes, he can. And CalJ himself, can he live? No, he cannot. Nope. He's going to fall down, but here comes Deathmaster Pones. Kumi is going to be the target. He does not have the Sleeping Lullaby. Is going to go ahead and back off. So it is going to be a 1-for-1, but still, that's a kill going over to Melly. And, I mean, that's not horrible. It's definitely not 100% what you want Final Boss, but Metro will make it good for them, as he's just going to make it a 2-for-1 long term. Oh, my goodness. Final Boss Esports. It's just crazy, right? Just how dynamically different these games have been from this one to the first 2.
Yeah, and when you have 4 players out of your 5 with gold bounties on your head, it's really a telling story. Syndicate also have bounties for all of their turrets. Yeah, it's or for all of their objectives, actually. It's really
Jake taking a lot of damage here. There's the Raw Ghost. Metro's got to be a little bit careful there. Jake is going to fall down. Metro is still alive. We're gonna go to the target. There's the charm there. Can they actually do enough damage there? And there's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and it will be enough. CalJ picking up that one. Can he get out with Melly? There's the Battle Dance. There's the Swirling Seed. CalJ barely not going to be able to live through that one, but I think Deathmatch Bones is going to be able to pick that one up. Yes, he can. Here comes Crab. Lord Beach and Kumi gonna have to be really careful here. Can he get it? There's a stride breaker, and Lord Beach is just gonna go over with the upgraded blast plant there. As I mean, it's starting to equalize a little bit just because Final Boss Esports are going so aggressive, but it's not like they aren't getting kills out of this either. As Crab is
Yeah.
still looking for something on Kumi and Lord Beach. Give enough space for Melly to pick up this tower. Not gonna be able to quite get it on this wave, maybe for the next one. For Crab now getting ashed, chased down. Melly still looking for the tower. Isn't gonna go ahead and force it. Oh my god, he's gonna be able to get that stun off, and Kumi's gonna fall down. Lord Beach as well. Justice says to Garen, as he's gonna walk out of that one. 2 kills going over to him, and I mean, wow.
I was going to say that I'm gonna start getting worried here that Gangplank is starting to accumulate items, but then I looked over and saw Garen has 2 full items plus full built boots tier 3. They also are just now picking up some Grievous Wounds items. So yeah, no, the Garen's becoming a problem again. Just to kind of give a rundown, 5-0-6 is Melee G, 4-0-6 is Deathmaster, and 3-0-3 is Crab. That's not even to mention the 7 kills for the Wukong. Final boss are in a position where the next major objective that they take, if they have the minion wave, they're in a position to possibly win the game. They also have 2 Drakes. I'd imagine they want to secure Soul Point here, which I'm surprised to see this.
Jake gonna run into each
Oh,
other, and
jeez.
Metro's gonna go right onto Beach here.
Yeah,
You cannot
there's
cleanse
nothing.
knockups here, and he's probably gonna fall down. Is he not gonna be enough? Yes, it will. Jake is gonna run into Deathmaster Pones here. There's gonna be 1v2. Jake, goodbye his health bar, and there's a sleeping lullaby.
slept.
You're asleep, and how about you stay there while you're at it, as Deathmaster is now unstoppable. As we do see 3 here is going to land right onto all 3 here. That's a lot of damage. And a triple, only a double try. My bad. And Brigand's going to be the target here. Crab going to go right under the tower. Is going to be able to pick up that one.
That game?
And you were saying about them being able to end the game if they have a good minion wave here?
Yeah, because they have the minion wave. It's still 10 seconds till Lord Beach. Lord Beach won't be able to do all too much. It's about 10 seconds till Jake, but they're going to have to trickle in.
Yeah, and they have a really good dive. They still have the ultimate onto Melly as well. There's the damage. There's the tower down. Is going to try to flash knock up. Not going to be able to quite get it there. Can they get the tower? Yes, they can. 3 seconds on Kumi. It's either they have to focus the Nexus or they got to focus the champions. They're going to focus the Nexus. Can they get it? Yes, they can! 22-minute game. Final Boss Esports, the fastest of the series so far. Come out of nowhere with the win.
Okay. So it has been super close in the first 2 games, and we finally see a stable composition, one with very clear roles, very clear objectives that also have multiple routes to a victory, and we don't see a close game. Syndicate falling to the wayside there as Final Boss take this series in a chokehold. That was an insane. That is the kind of game that you want in game 3. Because obviously, pushed up against a wall, nowhere to go, facing elimination, you need to see that the team's mental is still there. And my God, Final Boss's mental is not just still here, it is still here to play and win. That is the kind of game that makes you go, okay, we're going game 5. We're going game 5. If they somehow don't have a strong game 4, I don't know what would have happened, because that was an insane rebound game from a team that has been struggling to finish, and they didn't just finish strong, they dominated from practically the first minute. They won their first fight, I think around like minute 3 or 4.
What?
And they never let go of the hold.
Do you know what the fastest game has been all split? Because that might be a good contender.
I knew, but that very well could be close. The only thing I could think of is maybe I remember there being a very, very close game. That might be one of the fastest on stream. I know that for a fact. I just remember there was one game, and I can't remember which one on stream it was. It was a 2-1 series. And the last game we were expecting to be very close and ended up being very quick, but I don't know even if it was that quick.
Yeah, that was crazy. And you even called it, right? Like if they had the minion wave set up and they just find a team fight, they could just run it down and end the game. And it happened like 30 seconds later after you said it. They got to pick it to the top side with Metro, and then they killed Jake. and then a swirl seed hitting onto 3 clumped up members of Syndicate with so much AoE with the Q from Lilia, the E from Garen, and then you got the engage from CalJ, and oh my goodness, they popped. And they were able to just run it
Yeah.
down in the game there. I mean, I wasn't expecting the game to end for another like maybe 4 to 5 minutes, but no, they got it. It was straight right in there, and they didn't even make that game look close at all. They were well within control at every stage of that game.
And I have to give credit. I have to give credit because I spoke to you about it, and where I was saying if we have another good game from Crab, even if they get knocked out, if we had another good game from Crab, it might be the most improved player going from the split to playoffs. And obviously, Crab didn't play many games in the regular season, but still was by far statistically the lowest performing player on this final boss team. When are they going to ban the Garen? They have given this man Garen 3 times in a row, and he has dominated them 3 times in a row. I know statistically one of the worst players on Final Boss, but they are doing him a disrespect by giving him this much leash. They need to deal with this top side because obviously letting him run wild is becoming an unsustainable problem for them.
They keep on forward banning Metro here. As I mean, he doesn't seem to care. He seems like he's did all right on that Wukong
Jeez.
game. Finally be able to clap back with a very strong game for himself. That is going to be a big morale booster for Final Boss Esports and for any Final Boss fans out there. They're looking to make the miracle run 3 straight to bring us to a 3-2 for them, to bring us to Silver Scrapes and to bring themselves into semifinals. But it looked like a possible 3-0 for Syndicate. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and into straight intermission, and we're going to just get ready for another banger of a 4th game. Everybody, welcome back to game number 4 between Final Boss Esports and Syndicate. Final Boss bringing it back after 2 slumps for the first 2 games, hoping to bring themselves into a game 5 and possibly able to reverse sweep Syndicate here tonight in the quarterfinals playoffs of the LFA. As we'll see if we get the same bands going out here. We'll see if Garen's going to go through again. But same bands for Final Boss. We got the Glim, we got the Neferi, we got the Zyra. And we got the Mel Akali once again. And there's the Garen. First pick from Final Boss. Oh my goodness. It was instant, man. They don't care. They don't care about any other prio. They don't have anything else. Like, we'll just do the Garen. I mean, this guy's been blind picking all series anyway. You can play it into anything, right? And there's the Mordekaiser. It's funny because he actually did better into the Mordekaiser than he did with the Vlad, because he had a little bit more prio, he had a little bit more kill threat, and he had solo kills under it because without the pull, obviously, from Vlad. So they actually go with that instead of the Vlad.
Okay.
It's
Sever's an interesting pick. Sever's an interesting pick. A very good wave clear late into the game. I think is even stronger. I think since Lethal Tempo has been returned to the game, so I'm not opposed to that. I'm interested to see.
She can be strong
because Sivir is definitely not as big of a hyper carry as, say, like the Xayah that we've been seeing, or the Caitlyn, or the Varus.
Is she even picked, like, she even in the stats of being something that has high presence?
Presence? No, I don't.
Yeah,
think
she probably would be in the top 10, right?
We've only seen Sivir once so far.
Yeah.
Response Vayne.
Okay,
responsive
Vayne. He's bringing out his pocket pick, man. He's gonna bring out the Vayne.
Okay.
Possible Rakan as well. I mean, CalJ's been performing really well on the Rakan. There's no reason not to pick it unless you have something that's just that you think is gonna be better. But I mean, Rakan is just such a strong pick. I mean, he's really never fallen out of meta. If you're good with him, you're good with him. Tark, good possible other answer, but it's gonna be the Rakan for CalJ once again. So 2 out of 5 for the same composition from last game. Not a surprise. We do see the melee Vayne, which I'm actually quite interested to see. We'll have to see if he can really get it, going in this game and just absolutely run away with it. But the Wukong going to be picked up for Syndicate, 100% being picked, so they don't have to ban it, because they're probably going to ban Metro, another 2 champions for Metro right here. Yep, there's a Silas and probably Lissandra, so they're definitely picking it for him.
And that's really good because that is actually still a flex pick. Because obviously we saw Wukong in the mid lane last time, but that still could very easily go into the jungle. So that's a really good pickup from them. It puts them in an awkward position. We do see that Swain get taken away. Lissandra, Silas. Okay, mid lane is being narrowed down to size. And actually, there we go. They're just going to pick up the Ahri, which really strong pickup. That has been one of the best. Again, one of the highest presence champs in the entire split so far. Been really good. Not one of the highest win rate, but that's mostly down to the fact that they get picked so often that there's so much variation in the games. So Ahri really, really strong in the meta. And we've even seen Boogie Nerd operate them and kill on that champ. So the Ahri is a really nice response, but that does give the counter over towards Final Boss. We see the Lilia get picked up yet again. Was crazy in the last game. Again, as mentioned before, it was really pivotal in that final team fight. The E into the Q is just so deadly, even without the lullaby. I imagine this next one is going to be the mid lane pickup. Probably an AD champ. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Metro is bringing the Yasuo to the LFA into the mid lane in a deciding match for them here. Into the Ahri, into the Wukong. We got it into the Mordekaiser as well as the server. Jake gonna get the counter here, so we'll have to see what he cooks up. And
I was just about to say that's actually probably a really good pickup because they already had Sivir as the ADC. They already had Ahri, 2 ranged champions. We know the Wukong's going to be going into the jungle. So that kind of puts a lot of pressure on the support to not pick a ranged or like an enchanter support. Something more like an engage heavy, which is just going to feed right into the true damage of this Vayne. I actually Yasuo is not always the best pick, but I think that was actually a really good pick to kind of force the hand of Syndicate to go for a more engaged heavy melee champion, which Vayne, I think, is just going to pick apart. So I actually really like that pickup. I think of the options, I think Nautilus was the best. Nautilus and Dissever is not a bad combination. Honestly, I both are a little weird to me. Both are a little bit weird. There is very clearly not the like bread and butter. Like this is what you'd imagine like an LCK team or like a top level team would just pick up because yep, it works. It does the bare minimum. It gets you over the line when you need to. Both of these have little things that make it a little unique. That Vayne, that very low range but high damage ADC. The Yasuo obviously on the mid lane. Meanwhile, that Sivir, I think, is still kind of the weird pick for this Syndicate side. I think if they went for a more traditional like a Varus, I think would probably be a little bit more standard. But honestly, I think I still favor final bosses, even though it's still a little bit weird. I kind of like it. I think this Vayne might. Melee already is terrifying, but put in the hands of an extreme hyper carry like Vayne, I think is a very dangerous proposition. Vayne might just be able to delete this Mordekaiser.
Yeah,
frankly.
so that's the biggest thing here is they don't have a lot of like guaranteed lockdown outside of just Nautilus pressing R onto the Vayne.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, all of this is like, okay, well, let's say Jake gets into the back line of Wukong, and it's like okay, and it's like, well, who are you gonna try to focus, right? Because Vayne's just gonna, final hour tumble out. Now she's invisible, condemn you away. You could try to get it onto Deathmaster with the Lilia and try to disrupt her, but a lot of what Final Boss has, they have really good front to back, they have really good engage, they have really good dive, and they also have pretty good disengage into re-engage. There's a lot of tools that they can utilize to kind of counteract what Syndicate's looking for. Syndicate has like a very it's weird to me because when I see the Mordekaiser, I'm like, okay, they going for something very typical into the top side, doesn't really have a lot of like straight up like go in power. It has like really good like front to back, I would say, or maybe just a good side lane if you can get it. But then they have Knighton onto the Nautilus, and then they have the Ari with Nerd and Jake with the Wukong. Like they have good engage here, and then they also pick something like Sivir that is safe and does have a little bit of extra engage prowess with the on the hunt for the extra movement speed, but her follow-up isn't really that strong. She doesn't have a lot of follow-up with a lot of what Syndicate has, and Final Boss just has so much answers to their engage and has better follow-up in their own comp for what they want to do. So I want to call Syndicate's comp a little solo queue-ish for what would be considered standard for a competitive scene compared to Final Boss's team comp. Because it just seems a little interesting. Like I feel like the Wukong, the Ari, and the Nautilus, I feel like that's fine. And then you just kind of have a random Sivir and Mordekaiser in there instead of something like an Urgot or something like a Camille or something, that could go into the ADC that has a little bit more better follow-up potential, like maybe something like a Xayah, which we've seen, or a Varus, or Jinx even, that just has better hyper carry potential, follow-up, and the extra range. But we'll have to see kind of how this game unfolds here. But if Final Boss can play like they did in last game, I expect them to once again be able to wash this over because I just feel like they have the better tools to counteract Syndicate's game plan.
Yeah, I actually 100% agree. I think I agree with every point you just made. I do worry for Syndicate's composition here. I also, the thing for me is that it seems like they picked Mordekaiser. Like, oh, they saw the Garen, they'll go Mordekaiser in response. But we saw that before. And even though they won that game, it was not because they picked Mordekaiser for that Garen. In fact, Garen ran him over. So honestly, I'm a little worried. I told you in between, I was like, if they don't get rid of that Garen, they're throwing the game because I really think Grab is on a different level tonight, and he's seemingly just in tune with this Garen pick. I struggle to think of a single champion that would be able to take down this Garen besides the Vlad, and the Vlad is such a weird pickup compositionally that I don't see anyone going to go it. So I worry for them giving that over. But that being said, we said that, Syndicate had rough start obviously last game, but Final Boss had rough compositions earlier and they did perfectly fine. They just couldn't close out the games. But Syndicate obviously have a little bit of ice in their veins and were able to close out even close games. So maybe with a weird composition, if they could at least have a pretty close game this time around, I could see them still winning out. So I think either team could win, though I definitely do lean Final Boss here.
Yep, I do think so as well. Like I said, me giving the whole breakdown for both of these comps. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead into a quick intermission for the spectator delay. But do not go anywhere. You definitely do not want to miss this game number 4.
Time to restock your pantry? Kroger offers the same. Alrighty, here we are into game number 4 between Final Boss Esports and Syndicate. Final Boss Esports back onto the blue side, Syndicate back on the red, which Final Boss doesn't have a good enough, good of a win rate onto the blue side, but they're looking to change that today to bring us into game 5 here tonight. Bring us to Silver Scrapes here. No level 1s once again, playing it safe. I probably would too. It doesn't make me any less sad though to not see any type of crazy fiestas. But yep, Jake into the jungle with Wukong, hoping to copy Metro from the last game and get a crazy lead here. Metro and Crab bringing the Ignite. No TPs onto Final Boss Esports. It did well in the last game, so we'll see if it does well in this game.
Yeah, Absolutely. And honestly, Final Boss not even having a terrible win rate on the blue side. I think it's like 58% as opposed to 62. So it's pretty neutral. It's more the fact that Syndicate has a 70% win rate on this red. So no longer kind of being on the back foot. Um, which is a little rough. But that being said, like you said, 5 point across the board. Really, not even any trades. Not even like last game, but at least there was some trading going on. Both teams are just very content with this being a very neutral state for the game. But yet again, both junglers are going to be starting on the top side of the map, means they're going to be finishing and putting a lot of pressure down on this bot lane. We do see an early engage coming out from Knight, but nothing crazy. Immediately, a nice healthy chunk of damage being done to Kumi as this first wave is being ripped apart by the Sivir.
Yeah, once again, Crab gonna go in right onto Beach here. Oh,
Oh,
nice hook going out there. Knock up right onto Knight. That is going to be Ignite expended as well. There's the exhaust onto Kumi. No
okay.
flash from Melee, no barrier. So there's just going to be a summoner trade for both the supports, both of their secondary summoners. So not much is going to be expended there. But Melee taking a lot of damage. As we see Metro going eye onto Boogie Nerd here, doing quite a bit of damage onto him. Good trade for him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So bottom lane going in favor of Syndicate. Actually, most of the lanes going in favor for Syndicate, except for Boogie being pushed back a little bit by this Yasuo. Both the junglers pretty much at the exact same point, just now making it to the bottom side. Clear is practically identical right now. It's going to be real interesting to see who's going to finish up first, see if they go for possibly an early gank. Lilia is the one jungler in a position to really do something as their lane is being pushed in. However, with their bot laners being so weak at the current moment, it would be a risky play. It'd probably be better just to show some presence and push them back to give them a little bit of breathing room.
Yep, and Crab now starting to get to that point where he's just trying to chunk out damage onto Lord Beach and heal up so he can get a little bit of a advantage here. I mean, it's on repeat how he plays this lane. It's quite obvious. It's very one-dimensional, but there's not much Beach can really do about it because that's just the nature of Garen. So he's going to try his best to once again win out in this lane. Is currently holding the prio, equalizing the CS there. Jake now looking into this mid lane with Knight in to see if they can't pick up a kill onto Metro. And
Oh,
he's
they
going to run
probably
into them
will.
here, and he is going to throw out that wind wall to stop the charm from Boogie Nerd. He is going to flash out. There's the dredge line, though, and it's going to be first blood going over to Jake. That's what Syndicate is looking for to get a early ball rolling, and they're going to pick up the scuttle. No double scuttle, fortunately, for Final Boss, but still, Metro going to fall down and no TP to get back to lane.
Yeah, absolutely massive for them. So instead of going for that bot lane, seeing as they were already pushed in, they instead go for that mid lane push. That's going to give Boogie a lot of breathing room. It also gives them a CS lead, gives them time to go back and get that reset off. So that will be nice. We're immediately seeing multiple item pickups from them. So they're going to be going in stronger and possibly in a position to maybe go for a kill. Meanwhile, up on this top side, we are immediately seeing Garen getting a little bit better reins on that top side as Mordekaiser is yet again kind of pushed back and pushed off. We've been seeing Lord Beach kind of push Crab under turret, but as we're approaching the 5, especially once we get to level 6, we're going to see Crab probably just start dominating that lane yet again, unless they can play towards it and try to put Crab behind, though we have not seen really anything from this jungle to really deal with the Garen.
Yep,
Okay.
is going to use that W to make sure he stays quite healthy here. Once he hits 6, that's his angle to look for something with his Flash Ignite here. He does have
Yeah.
Beach to about half HP. Again, on repeat, he does this every lane. Beach, see if he is going to fall for it once again here onto the Mordekaiser. He didn't fall for it on that GP game. He was able to be a little bit more safe there. But Crab still holding up pressure into his top side. Definitely a pretty slow game going on so far, which I expect both of these teams are really feeling the pressure right now. Syndicate, after losing the third game, my bad, they really noticed like, hey, they really just blew us out that game. It's really possible for them to just easily 3-0 us. So Syndicate trying to play a little bit more conservative themselves so they can close this out 3-1.
Yeah, absolutely. major objectives are spawning. It does look like it's Infernal Drake up first. So no Infernal Soul, but that extra bit of damage is going to be very helpful into mid game. So both teams are probably going to want to pick that up. No vision for either team. And actually, it looks like Final Boss are very worried that Grubbies are getting secured right now. In fact, they're not. In fact, they're just going to go for the Drake since they see nothing going on. They are going to pretty much get it for free. The Grubs are finally going to get spotted and going to be taken. So it's going to be yet again a trade,
Trade.
1-for-1.
Yeah, Crab was on a reset, so it was just not the best option for Final Boss to try to even contest it if they wanted to. So they're fine just taking the objective swap, which I don't think is the most horrible thing. A little extra damage never really hurts, and it'll just get better as the game goes on. Knight gonna go into this mid lane. He is by himself.
Okay.
Boogie is really far away. Even with the Spirit Dash, he's not going to be able to get there in time. And Knight taking a lot of damage.
Nope.
He's going to have to be careful. Took about half his HP there. Lethal Tempo Yasuo. When that thing gets up, he does a lot of damage here. And he's going to go right onto Boogie here. He does have the level lead. Not anymore. Is going to force the ultimate there. But it is going to be Jake coming into this backside. He's going to force the flash out of Deathmaster. But I think he's going to be able to live. Nice Blast Plant there as Knighton's going to have to be a little bit careful himself. He's taking a lot of damage. Sleeping Lullaby is going to be used, and Deathmaster has a lot of HP left, but is going to fall down. Metro, see if he can't find something onto Knighton himself, and there it is. Last Breath is going to be used. Is going to be caught out by that charm there. Is going to be able to dash right through it, though, but I think he is going to fall down. Syndicate being able to pick that up 2-for-1. Final Boss Esports, not exactly what they wanted, but at least they were able to get one back on tonight, and there Cal Jake gonna roam over to this mid lane, see if he can't freeze up this wave here. Make sure he does not fall down to Boogie Nerd. That would definitely not be something that they want here. Crab just gonna be farming under the tower, doing some damage onto Beecher. Now that's a lot. Beecher gonna have to be a little bit careful. Still does have the ignite, but Final Boss Esports definitely not the start that they wanted for this game.
Not at all. And I think the scariest part of it is even not the fact that they're not even that far behind. The scary fact is now this Wukong, excuse me, operated by Jake, all-star, one of the best players, MVP candidate, depending on how far they go, is now 3-0-0 and has a 200 gold bounty. This Wukong is online rather early. Also was able to get a lot of farm. I don't think they were able to take that blue buff from the Lilia, but they were able to counter jungle a little bit in the process. Oh, Crab running Lord Beach down, nothing crazy. But the fact that they now are pretty much level in CS, so even though they've been ganking, they're still on par with this Lilia while also getting 3 kills under their pocket is very scary because they're going to be able to get items really early and they're going to be able to come online a lot earlier, and a Wukong can just kind of shred a backline.
I really don't think that's what Lord Beach wanted.
Oh,
There's the Ignite.
no.
Is going to be forced to use his W there. There's going to be engage going to the bot side. It is going to be a flash and barrier. It's supposed to be going to be used. Barely missed out there, but Knight does not have... Oh, barely missing the dredge line. Think he's going to fall down there. Condemn into the wall. Can going to be the next target there. Is going to be able to get that spell shot out, but is going to be Tower Dove there as Jake is looking for something onto Melly there. Melly trying to tumble out, but Boogie Nerd is also here. Deathmaster Prone's also trying to jump out of that 10 to the top side. Crab able to pick up that one, but nice charm from Boogie. Puts Jake on a rampage there as, fortunately, Syndicate picking up more kills onto the jungler and one onto the mid laner. But still, Garen being able to finally pick up that one into the top side. We all knew it was coming. It was just a matter of time. And Melly able to pick up a kill for himself as well.
Yeah, that's a little scary. That is officially a first kill going over to Crab. It's still in favor of Syndicate. This Wukong is a real problem. They have been able to keep Sivir down. Sivir's actually become a real problem for them. The last couple team fights easily could have been won if they got rid of Kumi earlier. However, using that spell shield to great effect and is surviving much longer than really they have the right to do so. But that just means that they've been able to sustain for a lot longer. Final boss, though, having Crab pick up that first kill for them. Oh, Metro is pushed way far forward. Does have counter shake. Okay.
Yep.
But now has a kill advantage, also about a 20 CS advantage. It is starting to get scary as the gold lead is slowly going farther and farther into the pockets of Crab. Picked up Tiamat, so now just has Stride Breaker, picked up at 11
Yeah, 'cause why
minutes.
not?
So really kind of online now.
Yeah,
So I
but this
need to
is
find
looking
a way of
like to
dealing with him.
be a 4v4 here as well. Beach taking a lot of damage. Is going to eat that entire Justice. Nice and well timed by him. Ignite's still not up, but Crab is still looking for something here. Beach is just like practically out of this fight. They can't really do anything. Jake is looking for something. He actually did smite one away. So he did
Let's
deny
go.
the 3 take, which is better than nothing here. They are going to get 2 for final boss. Jake is possibly looking for something. Is going to be knocked up. Is going to be able to jump out of there. Nice wind wall there as Jake is going to be the target. There's the exhaust. Really well placed. Nice Sleepy Lullaby as well. They have to kill Jake. That is going to be a big shutdown. Going to go over to Metro. Not going to be the next target. Biggest Star has one more ultimate charge. Metro in a 1v1 into Beach. Who's going to win it? I think it just might be Beach. He's barely going to miss it away. Nice time on the knockup. Melly possibly looking for something on Takumi. Can he get the dive? Yes, he can. One tumble. He does have the passive. One more auto. Is it enough? No, it is not. Does force to out Takumi. Does force him out of lane. So it's better than nothing. But Final Boss Esports coming up big in that team fight.
Yeah, the Yasuo now firmly online. 4-2 and 1. Meanwhile, this Garen didn't get any more kills, but did get assists. Shut down the Wukong, gives over that gold over to Metro as well, which is very scary. Now it looks like they are just going to go for Dragon.
Oh, no. They waited too long to do the Drake. That is going to be a flash depth charge coming out. Going to force a flash out of Deathmaster. Drake is going to go over to Syndicate. And there's going to be 2 falling down on the side of Final Boss Esports. Not quite what Final Boss wanted there.
No, not really. That does also put Syndicate in the lead for the feats of strength. Obviously, they picked up the first 3 kills, so that was in their favor already. But picking up that 1 grub before does also secure the fact that they were not able to get the full charge for Final Boss. So only getting 2 of them means they do not get the feat of strength tick for a major jungle objective. So that does mean it's 2-1 in terms of Syndicate, in favor of Syndicate, excuse me. That being said, Crab continuing to be a nuisance, already in control on top, is continuing to just counter jungle and continue to take resources away from Jake. Oh, Lord Beach is waiting for him.
Yep. He knows that Jake is up here, so he's not even going to try to do a long trade here. Is going to try to do as much damage as possible with his spin. Is going to get out. I mean, it's kind of good for Deathmaster to not be down that much in CS because Jake is up so much gold with the amount of kills that he has. So at least since Deathmaster can actually keep the CS lead about equal, doesn't make him full hunting contention. But because he's playing Lilia and he is playing this champion that just scales really well into the game and has such a strong ultimate, as Hold That Thought, as Boogie-Nerd's going to be fighting into Metro, and he's actually going to miss the charm there. But he's going to do quite a bit of damage back onto Metro. It is about half HP on both, as we see Crab once again into this top side. And it's really all eyes on when Melly gets his first item onto this Vayne and see if he can't do a lot in these team fights, right? Because Vayne will shred through this team really well. And since you have so much peel potential with the Rakan and the Wind Wall from Metro, and so much damage and engage potential with the comp that they have, I mean, there's so much breathing room for Melly to do what he needs to do. Because it's either they focus on him, or focus on Crab, or focus on Metro, or focus on Deathmaster. So, Final Boss Esports, if they can get in these 4v4, 5v5 like team fights, before Syndicate really gets a big enough lead out of these skirmishes, if they continue the way they've been, then Final Boss still has a clear chance of just washing over this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Syndicate still technically in the lead. They're one major jungle objective away from securing the feats of strength. No one's really close to securing a tower, so we don't have to really worry about that in regards. That being said, 2 minutes
something
until...
onto Melly. Dreadtrine is going to miss. There's the depth charge. I think Melly's just going to fall down here, and there he goes. As we go into the top side here, as Deathmaster trying to get this tower. One more auto will be enough there. But he is going to use the Sleeping Lullaby. Is going to try to get out. They do get the tower, so they'd at least be able to pick that up. As Metro's looking for something into the mid lane, Boogie Nerd does have his ultimate up.
so he doesn't really have to be too careful about that. Metro trying to get a lot of damage out. Is going to expend the ultimate. Also, not too long, but he is going to have it down for the next 30 seconds or so. So he is going to have to be a little bit careful and isn't really going to be able to follow up on much.
Yeah, I actually was wrong there. One turret did immediately fall after I said, no, there's no turrets at risk of falling. So top is going to be taken. That is 1 over the final boss. So split 1-1 for feats of strength. So I'm expecting here a pretty heavy presence from final boss to secure Rifty so they can bring it through a 2v2. Drake is also 1 minute out. So if they secure this rift, it's all going to come down to pretty much this next Drake. Lord Beach is going to be taking away some of the his own jungler's camps, which is probably not going to feel great, but at the same time, Lord Beach needs a bit of assistance. Meanwhile, we do see the
Melee
counter
has to be a little
jungling
bit
come
careful.
out from Jake.
Right, should be good. Yep, gonna try to switch over the mid and their ADCs here. CalJ is going to find out. Knighton is there, taking the bot side of Death Masters. Doesn't really own the jungle at the current moment. 44 seconds on the Drake. That's going to be the really big team fight that both these teams are going to be looking at. It is double TP for Syndicate, but double ignite for Final Boss. So Final Boss does have the better skirmishing power just based off those summoners themselves. And the exhaust is huge. Like if they get the exhaust onto Jake when he does his combo, that's kind of what they're looking for with CalJ.
Yeah, absolutely. We are now 20 seconds out from Drake. Neither team really has all that much presence. Scuttle was taken by Syndicate, so they have at least some vision. We do see the TP come through from the Ahri, so I'd imagine we're going to see the start here. Chemtech Soul is what we are playing for, and presence immediately being noted for the Lilia. Melly G clearing out that wave up on top side, and they're immediately going to start this Drake.
Yep, Knight could be the target here. They probably don't want to spurt too many resources there onto him, but they're probably just going to concede over the Drake. It actually hasn't been taken that low. It's just about half now. It is Garen walking down now. Metro into the backside, and they're going to go into Deathmaster Pones. He is about to be burned down and beaten down, but there's, right onto Jake there. Nice sleeping lullaby. Knighton's going to fall down. Wind wall, beautifully well made. Exhaust right into Brigadier, but here comes Lily Beach doing a lot of damage. Flash coming off of Metro, and Melly going to be charmed up, flashed over to the wall, barely living there, but Kumi following with the flash there, being able to pick himself up, a double kill. Crab going to fall down to Beach, and Metro the only one left alive. It looked good for a second there for Final Boss, but Syndicate with a really good game plan there. Able to pick up 4 for 2. Probably being able to pick up this Drake as well. And Metro is by himself defending this mid lane tower.
That was really well played. Obviously, the biggest threat on the board is Crab, and they do so well of chunking him down early and then immediately putting Lord Beach in front of him, really just kind of forcing him away, ulting him as well, so there's nothing he could do to interact with that fight, and then it's just a matter of running him down in that Shadow Realm, and oh geez.
He's put himself, the spectator dilemma. No, you know the objective's gone. Why are you hovering around it? Oh, we see it too many times. Even challenger players do it. I don't know why, but it's a thing. He's gonna fall down, giving over 300 more gold to Syndicate. That's just, it's a stupid death is what it is.
Yeah, it's not great. And it's also yet another kill going over the Syndicate. 13-9 now. Still only a little bit over 1k. It's more like probably 1.5k gold lead. So it's still a closable gap for Final Boss here, but losing the Chemtech, it's one of the better Drakes, one of the better souls to play for. So losing the first one, not great. That is also the feats of strength going over to Syndicate after having secured that Drake. So that is going to be a nice healthy buff in their hands. Otacon is down on that bot side. It's actually just about to come up. And it is ruinous. So that's 4 games now that's been ruinous. So the Crown of Carnage buff is available here yet again. So the strongest one is on the board. Something for both teams to play towards. Syndicate probably, I'd imagine, want to secure that, seeing as they already have a bit of an advantage when it comes to those major objectives. So being able to get a plus 25% bonus would greatly increase their odds of closing out this series.
Yeah, they really got to find a way to get these shutdowns off of Boogie Nerd.
Yeah.
And see an engage right onto
Ooh.
Deathmaster here, forcing a flash out of
That
Jake.
can
He
be
was not
short.
able to get right over the wall. Flash coming out from Deathmaster is going to be forced to use Sleeping Lullaby, but that's ignited down from Night In. His depth charges as well. Flash coming out from Jake because he failed the wall hop over with his W. So not really too bad, but it is going to be Metro in a 1v2 situation. I don't think he's getting out of this one alive. Did hit the double knockup, but got charmed perfectly, so he could not use the last breath. As Kumi going to be able to spell shield right out of that one. Dredgeline Bailey going to miss out the battle dance. And Syndicate looking for this mid lane tower, but definitely don't want to overextend into a vein.
Yeah, absolutely not. We have seen Crab kind of be a little bit isolated here, not doing as much as he did in the last couple, but still pretty dominant in the top lane, constantly putting pressure. But this time, the rest of the laners are doing not as great to help him out here as they are being pushed back to their own tier 2.
Crab is
Meanwhile,
looking. I think he gets this here.
Yeah,
Lord Beach just overextended. Is going to fall down to Crab there. Shutdown going over to Garen, and he's just going to be a little bit richer onto that one. Is going to pick up this wave here. No one into his top side. We see recalls coming down to his bot side, stopping the push here in a possible larger siege to get to bot jungle of Final Boss Esports, and he might be able to do it. Burkiner doesn't have ultimate. He doesn't have flash yet, so he might be able to get this and just get out. Wow.
It's gone. Yeah, it's gone. He won't be able to catch up either. Yeah, no, he's just going to get kill. He's going to get that turret and get out for free. So that's going to be all the top turrets outside of base being gone for Syndicate, which is rough because, like I said, and it's been the case pretty much across the entirety of this series too. The team that plays towards these turrets, and it's been the case for the entire split, whoever gets the better map advantage, they get more turrets, even if they're behind on major objectives. The fact that they just take so much space and they force them to have to play a lot more carefully in their own jungle, they have a tendency of winning just because, man, it's so hard to play when you're working with a lot less room to breathe. So losing your top tier 2, not a great sign. Your tier 1 and mid is also low. Really only your bot lane is in good shape, and Lord Beach is just getting melted by this Garen now.
There's not much he can really do in this side lane here, as Kumi going to be the target here. He's going to be knocked up, beaten down there. Melly used the final hour there as Jay taking a lot of damage, brought down to half. Not going to be the next target here, but here comes Brigadier. But Metro is also on his way here, and Knight caught on the wrong side of the wind wall there. It's Melly doing so much damage, did not be able to quite find it, but still, it will be enough there as Melly going to be flashing over the wall to see if he cannot pick up Lord Beach himself. He's doing a lot of damage. There's the barrier. Will be enough. No, it will not. But Metro, with the last breath, is going to be able to pick up Jake, and I'm pretty sure he could pick up the kill onto Beach. He does not have the W yet, but no, he cannot. Beach with a double kill, but now you gotta worry about Crab into the top side here as he got your tier 3 tower. He's working on the inhib, and you have 2 seconds on Kumi, so he's not going to be able to quite get it yet. But that is still going to be a lot of gold going over to Crab once again. And Final Boss Esports finding a really good fight there. I mean, unfortunately, Lord Beach able to barely beat out Metro, but that's kind of what Final Boss wants here. They're in a bad spot, and scrappy, where they're about even or barely coming out on top, is what they want.
Yeah, Metro is kind of coming alive here. 7, 6, and 3 is real nice. They have completed their first item. They're building the next, which I believe is Eye Edge. So once that comes online, this Yasuo is going to become a real problem. We are seeing immediately another skirmish in mid. Both teams wanting to play aggressively here. Drake is up. So that is something to play for. Don't ignore the Mountain Drake logo. It is yet another Chem Drake. Meanwhile, Baron is going to be spawning here in the next 10-ish seconds. There's a lot to play for. All major objectives up.
Crab's not here. He is walking now. You just give it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
You had such a good fight. I mean, it sucks that they get Soul Point, but at least it's not Soul. So just get ready and set up for the next one where you're like really strong, because you have the extra 5 minutes to scale here. Which, I mean, Final Boss Esports scaling is so much better than Syndicate's.
It really is. Otacon is available here. They do have 3 members, though. Jake and this RA Boogie Nerd is here to possibly have a say. And they're just running down.
Yep. And there's the ultimate. He's actually going to fall down, and I mean, Jake might be able to pick up the kill there, but there's the condemn, and Jake does not have his W anymore. He's taking a lot of damage. That is Vayne, and there's the ult coming out from CalJ. I don't think it's going to be enough. There's the depth charge there, as Melly's going to have to do his best to do as much damage as possible. Metro Dragonel is on his way. Amazing! Wow, look at that! Triple knock him to the last breath there, as Melly's going to fall down there. Criminal left alive. Lord Beach is here. CalJ's going to be able to jump right out of that one. He is going to take him to the Shadow Realm here. We'll see how much damage Metro can do to Lord Beach here. And there is the proc on the shield bow, but I don't think it's going to be enough there, as it might be. No, it's not. CalJ should have just left him to his vices, but it is going to be Deathmaster into this mid lane, trying to pick up this tower, and I think he is going to. But amazing knockoff from CalJ and follow up with Metro. Once again, they love Scrappy. They will take as much gold as they can because they will outskill Syndicate's comp. And they are just finding these really good angles of punishment on Syndicate's mispositioning.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, Syndicate are getting the kills. They're getting the secure. But at the last two big fights where they've done that, they've given up crucial towers. Both tier 2s are now gone in mid and top lane. And like I said, even if you have the advantage in terms of major objectives, losing those turrets, losing that ground, being forced to be careful and play safe in your own jungle, that is almost a death knell, as you just lose so much ground in the game. We do see them trying to respond back,
tries to be careful here. The ultimate is up for Crab, and he's gonna fall down.
Okay.
Beach. He does have the Thorn Mail. That's not going to be enough. I mean, it's Garen ultimate. That's not really going to do anything. Knight could be the target here, and it is going to be a jump coming out from Deathmaster. It's going to force the spell shield out from Kumi, but it is going to be Knight and fall down there. Nice roll seed onto 2. Kumi now below half HP. Jay taking a good chunk with that Riftmaker. Leandri's passive with the Lilia. Baron's on the menu. They don't have Beach here. They don't have Knight, and they don't really have any good buffer for this. And look at that. Bergie has to go to this boss side to answer Crab. So what do you do here? Jake is going to have to try to do a Miracle Steal here, and that's going to be the engage in the exhaust. Damage is non-existent anymore. Condemned going to be on the wrong target, but I don't think it's going to matter. There's the final hour. There's the flash knockup. It's going to be enough. Melly going to be able to pick up that one. As it looks like CalJ is going to be the next target, is going to fall down. TP coming out from Beach, though. They're looking for a possible play off this take, and Deathmaster himself might fall down, but the same with Beach there. 2 more autos will be enough, and there it is. Melly's going to fall down. Bringing to be the next target. He's going to be silenced. He's going to fall down as well. There's the flash. Metro to the backside, and Kumi, Nyan, perfectly well done peel. Metro's got to get out. Is going to fall down. It's now 1v2, but Crab is just so damn fast. There's the silence. There's the justice. Demacia! Crab is going to go back onto Knight in here. Couldn't force the flash. There's the ignite. There's the jump on him. Triple kill going over to him, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be an inhib tower.
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, no, okay. Jake is going to be up in 2 seconds. So I was going to say maybe even more with this wave, but unfortunately.
Does Jake kill him, though, is the question.
Actually, that's great.
No,
it's actually going to be 2 inhibs because that tier 3 is actually gone. And again, like you said, I don't think Jake can do anything.
Yeah, he doesn't have ult, so like Jake can't really like stop him. Yeah, he just does that. Stride breaker walks
and he walks away.
There's the smite. He's gonna try to chase him down, but he doesn't. I mean, his R is not gonna be up this time. Yeah, he's trying. Oh, there he goes.
He's gonna turn and die.
Gonna be enough. There's the Styrix Gauge. Crab, can you stay
have ult?
alive?
No.
No, he bit off more than he could chew.
If he kept running. If he kept running for another it's up now. So if he kept running for like another 5 seconds, turned around and take that fight, he probably could have won with the ultimate. But that pull up onto the top side is going to result in this take for Otacon, though possibly.
Try. I do think they take it fast enough, so they will get it. But whether or not they will get the majority of the looks like they will. It's going to be pulled right onto CalJ here. We're going to be looking for an engage. There's the Trump coming up there. And it's going to be a last breath into the backside. Nian's going to fall down. Metro trying to do as much as he can. He might be able to take down Beach there. He's doing a lot of damage. One more. Nice dash over. But it's not going to be quite enough, but about enough time for the rest of the team to get out.
Yeah, that is going to be soul as well for Syndicate, as it's just going to be kind of handed over, handshaked away from the Otacon, which honestly, is so fair. If they got interrupted from the Drake and then lost it and then got turned on and had the Otacon get taken as well, that would have been incredibly rough. But denying Syndicate that extra 25% bonus is massive. So even though not full blood, Final Boss doesn't get any more Drake bonuses besides possibly the Elder, they'll happily take not have a supercharged soul for Syndicate with the Otacon buff. So it's not great for Final Boss, but it's not horrible losing that soul.
Peach is gonna feel happy about that for that healing and shielding, and the extra damage
Oh,
reduction did just get buffed recently. But unfortunately, I don't think that's gonna matter against someone that has true damage like Crab. But I think Crab might just fall down here. Melly is here, is gonna condemn him to try to. He might try to. No, he is gonna fall down. There's the depth charge. Flash coming over. Cal J is there. I think this is a dead play. I don't think he would go for this, so maybe I'm wrong. Knight is maybe gonna fall down here. No, he will not. Final Boss just needs to get out of here, and they're doing the same mistake that they did in the first 2 games. They go on a losing play, but fortunately, they still have 2 inhibs into his top side. This is not much that Syndicate can really push out here. So it is still a lot of breathing room for Final Boss, but still, they have to be careful. If they continue doing plays like that, Syndicate will just take it over.
Yeah, and the real difference maker here, because if you're looking at the board, you would imagine this is actually in favor of Syndicate. 25-32, 7 kills ahead, the full soul, while Final Boss only secured 1 Infernal Drake. You'd imagine this is so far in favor of Syndicate, but 7 turrets haven't been taken, only 3 by Syndicate. It's a little rough. The gold is just too much, but we do see them finally take another one in response. Gets the count up to 4, helps them out a little bit. They did pick up 4 grubbies, so their potential to take turrets is really strong, but again, just soul, no Otacon, and there's no Baron buff on the field right now. So both of these teams, I think, are just kind of going to wait patiently here. I'd hope at least neither team wants to play too aggressively here for nothing. I'd imagine the next big fight we see is over the Baron. That's going to be coming up in roughly 1 minute.
Yep, Terminus was also just completed for Belly. He also has the Wits in. So if he stays alive in these fights to stack that up, he will be very hard to kill. I expect a like GA or probably even better Jack Show as his last item. He's already doing so much damage in these fights. He just needs to live. And with the Terminus Wits in and with something like a Jack Show, he will. As we see Crab with the IE, with the Moon play as well, probably going for the Dead Man's last item. I mean, he is so strong. He will one-shot pretty much anyone on Syndicate. So he is a real threat. And Metro, 3.5 items, also real threat as well. If he can get that last breath out, is starting to work towards that Bloodthirster, I assume. There as also, once again, just everyone on FBE is starting to come online. It's just the late game is starting to come out for them, right? They're getting the items they need, and Syndicate, I feel like, is on a timer right now.
Yeah, I know it's not quite the same because he does have 8 kills, but we are 1 death away from this Yasuo. That's all. we are.
Yeah, he is 1 death away. He should run into them right now.
He does have kills, but he is 1 death away from hitting the power spike. Baron is officially up. I'd imagine both teams want this, and actually there's a lot of presence from Final Boss there. Not going for the take, though. They're trying to find some advantage. Crab is down on that bot side, putting a lot of pressure. And at some point, actually, we are going to see, I think, possibly TP or at least a recall. Yeah, recall come out from this Garen. That's going to free up this Ahri.
Has been taken there. Knight. Honestly, a possible look on Knight. I know that they didn't have the vision. For us, we could see, but that was a dead Knight if Deathmaster just pressed R.
Yeah, absolutely. They are grouped up here. They're in a position. Oh, no.
He has to be careful. I'm pretty sure he's just going to fall down. There it is. Jake into the backside here, and he is going to become drowsy. Is going to fall down there. There it is. Knight trying to do as much as he can. Crab trying to be able to get away from Boogie, but Lord Beach trying to do as much damage himself. Crab Bailey able to live with the battle damage from Cal J. Melly, I assume, did a lot of damage in the last fight. I wasn't really paying attention to the backside. I was just looking at Crab and Boogie running at each other, but it is going to be 5 up still for Syndicate. Only 2 up. Oh, sorry, 5 up for Final Boss, only 2 up for Syndicate. My apologies. It's double TP up for Beach and Boogie Nerd. That's not really going to help you in this situation.
There is no ultimate, so he's gonna be knocked up. I'm assuming beaten down here, and there it is. The health bar gets shredded, and Brickenhead's gonna be the last target here. Can he do it? 10 seconds a night, and is gonna fall down. The
Just
charm
does
coming
not have the
out.
damage.
Metro taking a lot of damage, but there it is. Guys, we did it. Oh my goodness. Final boss bringing us to a game 5.
Wow. Okay, that is. Well, we're going Silver Scrapes.
Yeah.
That by far was a much closer game. It was a much closer game for Syndicate. It was a good response to them. But man, final boss, like you said before, that scaling was just too much. Deathmaster, Crab, building the right items and just becoming a problem. If they don't ban this, if they don't ban this Garen, I'm going to flame them in the chat and say that they threw the series. That is 4 games in a row in which they have not been able to deal with topside because Crab is running them down with this Garen, and they haven't even banned top laners, let alone the Garen.
Yeah, they've only been banning mid lane. They're just trying to squeeze Metro's pool as much as possible. And the thing about it is that it hasn't, right? I do agree that, like, obviously if Metro got like Lissandra, got his Akali or something like that, he would probably be performing and maybe have more presence in these games. Obviously, because I mean there's champions he's good at. The problem is that when you are banning all these champions, he's not becoming useless. He's still doing well. I mean, he's not doing nearly as well, but he's still doing fine. So you're not even really shutting him out as a threat. Because even in that Yasuo game where we were like, didn't really have the good, that best of starts, but he was following up on his last breath. He was able to buy time for a lot of these fights where he was just being a nuisance and he was doing damage when he needed to. And biggest thing, the win walls were huge.
They were crazy.
Completely separating and dividing the fight from Syndicate, making it just impossible for them to play and impossible for Sivir to play, for Ari to play. So he's still doing his job even after eating all these bans. So I salute him for that.
Absolutely. And I know we are focused here, and I know we are all excited to go Silver Scrapes here, but I do just want to give a small update. It's not over yet, but Mint are currently leading 20-7 in terms of kills on their game 4. There is a real possibility that in these 2 games in the first round of playoffs, we see Silver Scrapes after one team goes up 2-0 in the best of 5. If you like chaos, if you enjoy the run, my God, has the LFA delivered. The playoffs are already close enough, and now the playoffs are so inseparable at the moment. Honestly, this is craziness across the entire league. I'm so excited. I'm so here for Silver Scrapes right now.
I am so excited for it. Play it up, put it on the track. We are ready to go for a Silver Scrapes, for a game 5 between Syndicate and Final Boss. Nobody go anywhere. You're not going to miss this game 5. It's going to be a banger. Both these teams are going to bring out all of their punches here to see if they cannot shut down Final Boss, or if Final Boss can get a reverse sweep. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. We are into game number 5, Silver Scrapes between Final Boss Esports and Syndicate here. Final Boss looking to reverse sweep here as they just had a banger of a 4th game, and that 5th game so close, and they were able to just get it there. There's the Garen ban. Hallelujah. It's finally going to be taken out here. And now I can't wait for Crab to play something. And there's the Mel first pick as well. And can't wait for Crab to pick something else and still absolutely dominate on it and for that not to matter. But that's still foreseen. But it is going to be the Mel first pick as well. I do like this adaptation though, because they had the choice between blue and red. And they were like, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pick blue, even though they would probably prefer red. And we're going to have to ban the Garrett, but we don't want to give them Mel. So we're going to have to first pick the Mel. So it's a cool little adaptation, but Final Boss Esports, it's kind of perfect for them because it forces Syndicate in a really uncomfortable position for probably how they wanted to draft in this series. I mean, they're already in an uncomfortable position because they're now down 2 games in a row against Final Boss after they were up 2. So it's definitely not a game you want to, or state you want to be in, but Melly with the Sivir this time. Now that's, he did this last time with the Zaya. He just picked it the game after, and he's like, I'm going to show you how to play it.
Also, breaking news. Game 5s across the board. Mint has won their 2nd game now, putting it 2-2. Both games are going Silver Scrapes. But yeah, very interesting over on the other side of the bracket. Meanwhile, here we do see the Seraphine. Obviously, with Mel being picked up already, I'm assuming it means Seraphine support. I would not be surprised if we saw the ADC get picked up right now. Obviously, they already know they're going to be going into the Sivir. Was used a great effect.
Kindred for Jake. Okay.
Okay. We saw Kindred last week. It was not good, so I'm really, and Jake is a great jungler, so I'd imagine it's gonna go a hell of a lot better. I really hope it goes a hell of a lot better, and they don't have 2 marks secured by 30 minutes. So as long as they're not that rough, we should be good. That being said, Volley is being yet again another pick from Syndicate that's just mine now, securing that. So pretty solid, obviously really good in the ganks. Obviously Kindred's going to scale a lot harder, but is going to have a rougher time in the early stages, which is going to be interesting. Jake has really done well in the early game, really helping kind of coordinate the team and choosing where they want to go. We do see the Galio ban, which I think is interesting. Oh, never mind. Actually, yeah, I think it's interesting seeing as Mel is picked already. I'd imagine that is going mid lane, so I don't know why they're continuing to ban out mid with the Seraphine. So
just in
that
case.
Galio,
I mean,
unless they think Galio
mid support. I mean,
that's fair, but still, we do see the Ari banned away. That's already. Not surprised. Metro really strong on that champ as well, just really solid. But yeah, I'm really interested to see if this is probably going to be another top ban. I'd imagine. I don't think they'd ban away an ADC. They already have their own. Nothing. I don't think there's really any ADC that they could really pick that's gonna have a big effect on Kumi. The Aatrox, not surprised. So we do finally see a bit of top pressure coming out. It's coming from Final Boss, so we'll see how that plays out. They still have their. I'm assuming they might leave this top pick to their fine. Never mind. Renekton?
Does it go Garrett? Okay, I'll just pick something else that just wins early. I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, it plays similarly to how he's been playing with Garrett into the top side. So
yeah, the thing for me is that is feast or famine. If it obviously Crab has been playing extremely well on that Garen, but yeah, very much so. But if they have a response here and he's putting himself on the counter, yeah, no, that's interesting. That says a lot about the confidence that Crab is bringing into this game. Because if you keep Renekton down early, Renekton has no real way of going in. The Ornn is a little rough. Ornn is one of those champs that you can kind of run into anyone and they'll do fine. Incredibly tanky, a lot of damage. I think is a very good response to this Renekton. I'm a little worried.
Could be a Renekton mid if we see this.
No shot. They just
Oh,
baited the Renekton into the Ornn and then picked up the Mordekaiser.
I don't know what Crab plays, but I have seen Metro play both of these champions before. It's good flex, right? The biggest thing I want to point out to Syndicate is, I mean, technically they have a marksman and Kindred, but I mean they're triple AP. It's definitely it tends to be better, I feel like, to have more AD than AP, just due to the fact that a lot of AP tends to be burst over DPS, right? And if
Yeah.
your burst is barely bursting and you have, these long cooldowns that like Seraphine has, I mean, technically Swain and Mel really don't have too much of an issue with that. But it really comes this issue of like if they just stack magic resist, they only have to worry about the Kindred, and Kindred already has a lot of just base like able to eat through resistance anyway with her E, so it's not like her AD armor efficiency is really that high to begin with. So it's really going to be on to Jake to deal damage this game, because if Final Boss just like get to a point of the game where they just get like Kanik Rukert on Mordekaiser, on Renekton, or they just get these MR items, how are you going to kill this team is kind of the issue. But then again, Syndicate does have a hell of a lot of utility.
They do. I also do struggle with that as well, because not only that, but really the only squishy, obviously Renekton is more of a bruiser rather than an outright tank, but also has a lot of life steal and life gain possibilities. So does manage to sustain in lane. So really the only person on this team that's really going to be squishy is Melly. But man, the Renekton, the Rakan, the Volibear, it's going to be really hard to get yourself, and especially seeing as the Mordekaiser Crab is just going to be able to banish one of the bigger threats to the Shadow Realm at the start of a fight. I think it's going to be really difficult for Syndicate to really put some distance between them and be able to get to the Sivir. And while Sivir is, I don't think, the strongest ADC in the game, if you just let Sivir sit back and continue to hit W and just pump the team with
so
auto attacks, you just get shredded. And honestly, I fear if they allow that to happen, and I know it's up to the randomness of the game, but if they get like a Hex Tech Soul or a Cloud Drake, something that's going to give them a bonus to their auto attacks and like to the speed of auto attack, this Sivir can really become a real problem if they don't find a way of getting through that front line. And again, like you said, if they build the right items, it could become a real task for them to even deal with it. That's a big wall to get through.
The other, like you kind of mentioned it, like the engage that Syndicate has, it's all on to the Ornn and just the Ornn. And the thing about Ornn engage is that it's a really good primer to follow up or to set up somebody else's engage. As the soul engage is a problem, because I mean Final Boss, I mean they have the Volibear, they have the Rakan, right? And they have the double dash engage BS that Renekton can sometimes do. But outside of that, they really don't have an engage where they can just throw a body in, right? Because Ornn doesn't engage by throwing himself into people, right? He uses his ultimate to really prime and set it up for somebody else to follow up. But that's the one issue I see with Syndicate's comp, outside the fact that they're triple AP, is that their engage is lacking.
I also worry that this Mel is not going to get a lot of value out of the rebuttal. I was just taking a look, and really the only projectile that's here is Syracuse. Rakan, Volley, Renekton, Mordekaiser, all melee want to get in your face. You're not going to get a lot of value out of that. So while Mel is really strong as base, one of the strongest things is that rebuttal, and not having anything to really rebuke is going to be, I think, an issue. At least they don't have to worry about all that many projectiles, but still, it's definitely rough. But that being said, we're going into game number 5. Man, it has been a crazy series. Silver Scrapes going to be playing in the intermission. Don't go anywhere. What was a 2-0 start, coming back 2-2. Final boss looking for the reverse sweep. Syndicate looking to secure what they thought was already theirs just 2 games ago. We'll be back with game number 5 in just a few minutes.
Alrighty, here we are. Everybody, welcome back to game number 5 between Syndicate and Final Boss Esports. Here we are. The Silver Scrapes have been played. Everybody is all hyped up and ready to go. Final Boss looking for a 3-0 reverse sweep into Syndicate. I see 5 stacks on both sides. I do see Crab seems to be a little AFK. There we go. Going to be back on the map there. Looks like they are going to decide against it because Crab wasn't there. But Syndicate is going to go ahead and do an invade of their own. They are looking to get a lead going on very early here. Melly's got to be really careful. He's going to find all of them here. He's probably going to be forced to flash.
Ooh.
There he goes. Not going to chance it at all. It is going to be ward being put down as well from Jake. And Syndicate just trying to get every lead as possible. They are not messing around.
Yeah, that is just going to be a little bit of information. It's going to be traded as well. So ward placed very deep into their blue side down on the bottom half of the map. So it is a little bit of vision for a little bit of vision. Notably, Volibear is going to be starting up on top side. It looks like so will the Kindred. So yet again, both of these junglers very clearly want to put pressure on this bot side. This time around, it's going to be Silver. Actually, oh, I didn't even notice that. That's APC Mel. I did not even consider that in the draft. I will not lie to you. So that actually is going to get a lot more value. The rebuttal is going to be very helpful going into.
Knock up
Oh,
there.
no.
Knight taking a lot of damage
That's
there.
so much.
That is the one problem with APC. They're very early game. They throw one spell and that's it. Can't really do much else after that. So Knight going to take a lot of damage, is going to go ahead and eat up one of his pots already, but I'm sure Melly is going to feel the APC lane here quite quickly when he realizes that Kumi's just going to queue on repeat.
Yeah, absolutely. Kumi did also get biscuits, so a little bit of extra healing is going to be very helpful to sustain in this lane. That Sever W, like I said, is just so strong. So if they try to persist in lane, they're going to
knock up there. Kumi is going to take a lot of damage there, about below half HP. Is going to be a double root coming out. Knight now going to be the target, but is going to be backed off. Melly and J chunking Kumi and Knight in a lot there, and I mean that's you want that, right? You definitely want that.
Yeah.
Oh, flash engage going onto there. Kumi is going to flash himself, but it's not going to be enough. Nice auto weaving coming out from Melly there. First blood going to go over to him. That's what you want to see if you're a Final Boss fan. A lot of damage coming onto his top side. Crab doing a lot of damage onto Beach, but Beach is now going to hit that level 3, so now equalized onto that EXP there. But it looks like possibly something there. Crab going to be forced to flash. Definitely not Garen this time.
Definitely not Garen. Is continuing to push in, but now is on the weak side. W still not going to be up, so still can't heal off the little bit of damage that he has taken. And we continue to see this bot lane continue to get pushed in. Mel struggling. Oh no.
Yep, is going to do quite a bit of damage. Beach, though, doesn't really have the cooldowns, and he's going to be pulled back there. And Beach is probably forced to flash. Will this mace be enough to kill? No, it won't. It might have been if it was isolated, but the minion there blocking that extra damage coming out from that ability. But I just realized Jake has green smite. He has the Moss Stomper.
Oh, that is interesting. It's very interesting. I guess a little bit of extra tankiness, but that's going to be a choice. Is going to run into this mid lane. It's actually going to prevent probably a Boogie Nerd from falling there, as Metro was going in full stop and had the full combination, but has to pull away. Meanwhile, oh no, J. Okay.
You know what?
Is able to get out.
That's honestly very surprising. I'm surprised Syndicate felt confident to do that. They have no idea where Deathmaster is, and Jake just rotated to the top side, and there's no flash on Kumi, and Knight was half HP. They just gotta walk through that little crevice there. J honestly could have engaged on that. That's kind of crazy, but you know, you take that as a Syndicate fan. That's pretty scary. I saw a death right there as again into this top side. Crab not going to be nearly as strong here into the early game, playing the Mordekaiser as opposed to the Garen, but still not doing horrendously bad. Is going to take a little bit of a poor trade there. Is going to try and pull him back up, but Jake is now here. No, Crab with no flash. Yeah, he's just going to try to get the wave. He's going to fall down here. Going to try to give it to Jake. Jake's going to be able to pick up that one. Dragon has spawned and is going to be Deathmaster immediately on that objective, and Jake is going to reset.
I am a little worried for Crab here because they popped the W super early and gave themselves a little bit of a shield, but way before they ever needed it. And that meant that they did not have it for that big engage. If they didn't pop it early, they were at full strength W there. They probably could have outlived or at least sustained longer and maybe got themselves out of that situation. But this early on, a mistimed W meant there was just nothing they could do. So obviously, nerves going into a new champ. I say new. He's definitely played it before, but in this series, new champ after playing Garen 4 games in a row is definitely going to give a little bit of nerves, but definitely hoping to see a little bit better from Crab there. Meanwhile, on this mid lane, obviously range versus melee.
Though he's going to pop that. Jake is on into the behind
no.
there. It's going to force a flash out from Metro. There's going to be a flash roaming out, but Metro's going to see if he cannot get a trade kill. And yes, he can. Can he actually pick up the kill onto Jake? He might be able to. Jake is going to try to kite it out. One more auto won't be enough. He's slightly faster. The crocodile's on your tail. And sheep versus crocodile, alligator, whatever you call it. Trust me, I would know. Sheep do not win that one. As Crab gonna go into the top side, gonna go look for a little bit of a trade onto Beach, is gonna get half. Beach barely actually getting it on that one, but is gonna be heal coming out from Crab. But Metro really showing up big onto this Renekton mid here.
Yeah, and that's scary. Metro is a big player for this team. Obviously, has been holding down the fort pretty consistently. But now on their pickup champion, obviously, it was the flex. But man, if they can continue to roam, oh no,
nice ultimate from Crab.
So smart.
Jake is here though, so I'm pretty sure he's probably gonna fall down. Does give it to Beach though. That was well timed. And
yes.
if Jake wasn't there, it would have been a perfect situation for him to get out.
And if it was just a couple seconds later, Deathmaster was on their way up. Stop now for Grubs, but could have been. What could have been, you could say. Easily could have been an outplay. First streak was secured by Final Boss, as mentioned before, so that's the first. They also are the first of 3 kills. They've also now secured Void Grubs. So they are now just one major objective. This is the first game in which the first 2 objectives have not been traded. That means Final Boss are now just one major objective, so the next Drake or the next set of Grubs away from securing the feats of strength.
Yeah, but that'll be something that they'll definitely feel really nice to have into this game 5 here. Just every little bit will help into just, you know, this overall, like, very, I would say, snowballing early game that they are going to want into a solid foundation into the mid to late. As Beach, once again, gonna just walk into Crab. Did use all of his sums. Crab is now just gonna walk into him and deal quite a bit of damage here, as it got to a point with the passive with the Mordekaiser E is going to give him enough magic pin for that no magic manner not to matter. And with Crab playing Mordekaiser, he does still have a little bit of sustain, just not as much as with Garen, but still well fits into his playstyle that he is comfortable with. And once again, up in Prio, up in CS, Metro just pushing Boogie Nerd out of lane. Yeah. I mean, FBE just playing, you know, their lanes really well so far.
Absolutely. This Renekton not having to really worry about mana is just putting a lot of pressure on Boogie on the Swain. Obviously, very heavy mana cost for the Swain is making it very difficult to sustain when you have this crocodile that is just running at you and it seems never ending, constantly pushing under turret. Boogie is just not having a lot of room to operate.
He's going to go for it. He does have the Ignite. There it is. One more auto, and he is going to be able to pick that one up. 3 kills to Metro, 2 deaths on Boogie. He's going to lose quite a bit into that wave. Did lose cannon. Doesn't have TP up quite yet. Jake into his bot side, so Metro's kind of free to just walk in, clear this wave.
Yeah, and that's going to give us CS advantage too.
Yeah, going to pick up a play as well. I mean, this is exactly what you don't want to see with a Renekton. With an early game lead, he becomes an absolute monster.
Yeah, it's definitely scary.
Oh no, Jake's got to be careful here. Is going to be charmed up, going to try to dash away. Doesn't have the flash, but there's the Lamb's Respite, but is it going to be enough? He is going to dash over the wall, but ward over the wall. One more auto will be enough. His head to the top side. Crab going to be forced to flash out of a possible kill or death there onto him, but Knight is going to be next target. A flash, double flash going over to jump right onto Knight. Boogie Nerd's going to be next target. I mean, that is an 0-2 Swain. He's not really that strong, but the Mel might be, but maybe not, as Boogie Nerd about to fall down. A couple more autos still going over. Deathmaster now going to go on Kumi. Kumi forced the ghost out of there, as Jake barely lives out of that one, but he loses his mid laner in the process, unfortunately, as Drake is now up. Deathmaster probably looking to pick up that one, as Metro's going to once again push down into this mid lane. Already has the Eclipse 10 minutes into the game. Oh, possibly looking for something onto Beach, but Jake's here. Crab, you should have just reset. Oh, no!
is going to fall down. Jake picking up his second kill of the game here, but he is going to lose Jake into the spot side. Grubby's about to spawn as well. Hopefully he can pick up that one. Not looking for something in melee, not being able to find it, but you know, it's definitely a very polar opposite of what we're used to with Crab, let me tell you.
Yeah, I kind of joked about it with you earlier that like if they had a good game 3, like the biggest comeback player coming into playoffs from the split, and after looking better at the stats, it was a very low sample size. I think only 5 or so games, but still was kind of the down player for the team. But man, this series has completely changed the narrative. If they keep up this momentum, Crab continues at this pace, Crab could become a real menace. Obviously, this game a little bit weaker, obviously on this Mordekaiser, but is still proving to be a nuisance. Has the CS lead, is constantly pushing back on this Ornn, but because there's such a clear like scope on him and keeping him down, the rest of the team is doing rather well. Again, this Renekton 3-0-0, the Volibear 2-0-0. So while they're trying to deal and keep Crab down, in turn, the rest of the team is thriving.
Yeah, and the biggest thing, he does have the ultimate, so he's just going to be able to get that off there. Beach taking a lot. It's going to be an ult trade on both sides. Metro is on his way to this top side. He does have Flash. He does have Ignite. He does have the ultimate. There's the Unstoppable already used there.
Here comes
the Flash
the Croc.
for Flash trade here. I do think Beach does get out, but it is going to expend his Flash. But it does get the Flash out of Metro as well, but is going to be forced out of his lane here.
Yeah, absolutely. They go looking for counter jungling opportunities. Really not going to find anything, already cleared out. Meanwhile, the spot lane.
Melly could be in a bad spot here. No Flash, no barrier. There's the encore. Barely going to land there. Jake taking a lot of damage, but they are going to be able to pick up a kill. Jake, now 3 out of 4 kills here. Doesn't have a single stack yet. Yeah, I see that. Yeah. Wow. So it's good that that
what?
Jake is getting it, but
he's on tier 2. He's halfway done the tier 2 turret, and they're at 13 minutes. I didn't even see him take the first turret.
Oh, the Renekton? Yeah, I think he took the first turret at like 11 minutes.
Okay, well then ignore everything I said. Obviously the what's it called? The feats of strength have gone over the final boss then. Seeing as not a single major objective. I'm so sorry to cut you off there. I did not see that first turret get taken, so I just saw him sitting on second turret, and I was like, what is happening? And now he's going to go right onto Bruggy. Bruggy going to use the Demonic Ascension. Kumi now going to be engaged on. Does have the Flash and the Ghost, but did expend the Ghost to get out. Jake, again, right onto this bot side. Again, like I was about to say, Jake has 3 kills. He has 3 out of 4 of the kills. He has 75% of the KP here and 75% of the kills. But he has no mark, and Kindred needs her marks. She needs them to be useful. She needs the range, she needs the extra attack speed, and she needs the extra damage from her E as Jake running into Metro. You're taking a lot of damage, buying time for his cooldowns here, and Jake barely able to get out alive with the Flash, but Metro is just an absolute raid boss here, 1v2ing even the most fed member on Syndicate as Deathmaster looking for something into the bot side. Possibly looking for a dive, maybe deciding against it. Does not want to try to do anything against that possible rebuttal that Kumi has. They are going to continue playing this safe. They have a lead. They are going to try to keep it and not try to fumble it at all. Yeah, absolutely. Alakhan is actually going to be on the top side. The first time I think we've seen that so far this series. Pretty much so much pressure being done on the bot side. But, I mean, only 1 kill for these bot laners. There's been so much more presence from top, seeing as they're trying to keep Crab down. Not doing a great job of it, as Lord Beach is having to run away in the 1v1.
Yeah, if Crab did not get kind of like screwed over by Jake just really being top side at the most convenient times where Crab almost killed Beach, those like 2-3 deaths that he has, Crab would probably having a way better time. I know it's kind of a meme because he did so well the first 4 games, but it's kind of unfortunate. Hold that thought. As Brigadier going to be the target here, is going to be stunned up. Slow not going to be quite there. Jake is on his way. Lamb's Respite is not up.
Metro is also on his way there, did get the slice, and there's the dice. Brigadier going to be forced to flash. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. He's about to just run into Melly at this point, but Metro on a rampage. But like I was saying, Crab looks like he's doing bad, like really bad in comparison to his last 4 games. But it's really just unfortunate circumstance with just how the flow of the game has been going. Just plus also due to the fact that he's facing a matchup that's very good at just like not caring if you have a lead or that you have prio onto him. But he is going to go right onto a nice flash over. Jake is here. I don't think he's going to be able to get it. Maybe. Yes, he will. And even after another unfortunate positioning with the rest of Syndicate being there, he still gets the 1-for-1. But that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, even though he's 1-4, he's still keeping up the prio in this top side and not really giving much for Lord Beach to really do anything.
Yeah, and also that fight there, they were already on the Rift Herald. They saw that fight take place. They saw the ult come out. They immediately pulled off the Rift Herald, which gives them time, gives final boss time. They went and already secured the Drake. So that little skirmish that he just took drew all that attention, drew them off the Rift Herald, which meant not only was his team able to secure their 3rd Drake, putting them at sole point, but it also meant that they were able to turn that fight. They traded the 1-for-1, but once the rest of the team arrived, they had to pull off the Rift Herald. So they got both those major objectives because he took that one fight. And now Metro is going to take that turret because now there's just so much room on the top side.
3rd turret of the game. 2 tier 1s and a tier 2. I mean, this man already has 4 kills, is CSing quite well, on top of the fact that he has so much just
he's just
power
money down.
And he got all 5 plates as well. He is just so fat. He has so much gold.
Yeah, absolutely. 350 gold bounty on him now.
2.5 items, not even 20 minutes in.
Yeah, it's a little horrifying. And it's not even like they're picking up like the scrap items. It's the pickaxe, which is one of the key components. So a lot of extra AD on top of it. Yeah, no, this Renekton, this Croc, you can't stop him, is becoming a serious problem. Again, not built to be a tank, but with the builds that they are currently going, with the extra damage they're able to do, the life steal that they have is just so strong. Crab, again, it, like you said before, while they do look like they are behind in terms of the statistics, they are ahead in CS. We do see the Rallies being built. So we are seeing a more AP build coming out from this Mordekaiser. I did see some people saying that the Seraphine would get a lot of value out of the Rallies, but I do also fear that if now in the hands of the Mordekaiser, the moment we get into this big team
barely
fights,
missing out on that positioning there. Metro is still sitting at nice flash away from that Horn, as it's just gonna be Metro 1v3 as Brigadier to into the backline. There's the Encore hitting 3. And a lot of killing coming up from Metro. There's a jump into the backside with Deathmaster Prone. Not going to be the target. Jake not going to fall down. Not going to be forced to flash, but Deathmaster going to be pulled away from it. This could be the fight for Syndicate as Melly is just free firing, but Crab just doing so much damage himself. Flash over from Melly. That's an ADC aggressively flashing into 3. Brigadier going to be the last one left alive, and it looked like it was going to be good for Syndicate, but Final Boss Esports are just way too strong. And Metro just absorbed so much pressure for so long in that fight.
Oh, yeah.
Melly into this top side, pushing in the waves, Crab into the mid, and Crab's 3-4 now. He went from 0-4 to 3-4. So,
yeah,
he's definitely equalizing his early game right now.
Yeah, and what I was trying to say is, like, obviously the Seraphine. Oh, no, Boogie Nerd.
Slow coming out. Vision of the Empire, so is going to fall down. So there's the pull in.
No, where are they going?
One more auto. There's the exhaust. He might actually fall down. Hit. He will. Unfortunately, Knighton gonna be able to pick up that kill there.
Okay.
Oh, there
still
we go.
okay.
We got one mark for the Kindred. There we go.
That's a little rough.
Scaling.
Scaling. Yeah, no, but like that's what I was kind of gonna get to. Like, yeah, sure, the Seraphine with the Rallies would be terrifying in this position with all the melee, but putting it on that Mordekaiser, now also with a Scepter, they have such a heavy dive composition. If they try to deal with this Mordekaiser, they're just gonna get slowed down to oblivion. It's gonna be really hard for them to get away, and then you just have the Renekton running in and around, just chewing them to pieces. This combo between the Renekton and the Mordekaiser is kind of horrifying if you are the side of Syndicate, but they are still finding picks
Deathmaster has
here,
to be a little bit
especially
careful.
as
Is going to be
yeah.
forced to use the Stormbringer there, so he's gonna have to ult out
Let's get
of that
away.
one. But I mean, you're fine with that.
Take it, do a little bit of damage, get out, save your life.
Yeah, Drake is going to be spawning in 22 seconds. This will be Soul for final boss. Knight face checking right into Crab there. There's an Encore onto 2. And he's just down as Metro is going to be chasing down after Kumi. Jake going to be the target. He's going to go into the Death Realm. And yeah, your Lamb's Wrist fight is not going to be in the Mortal Realm there. So unfortunately, Death does not precede both for some reason. As just Ref Herald into the mid lane. Drake is going to be spawning. That's going to be Soul going over to final boss. Broogie Nerd is going to have to try to defend this mid lane, but I don't know how he's going to be able to do it. Barely going to be able to dodge out of that. Here comes Shelly now. Is going to be able to proc that there. Deathmaster just by himself. Fortunately, I don't think anyone from Syndicate is going to walk over and steal it away like they have done famously in this series, but Crab...
goes running.
The flash.
They're drifting.
Metro drifted it all the way around and hit it right on that tower, and they're going to be able to pick that up. Give this man an upgraded driver's license here, as Kumi going to be taking a lot of damage. Metro going to be slicing and dicing out of there. Demonic Ascension is also there. Metro does not have his ultimate, is about to fall down there. Maybe not quite slice and dice, not going to be there. Going to be a double, triple knock up. Deathmaster Phone's about to fall down. It's going to be kills across the board for Syndicate. Is this the start of the comeback they need?
That's a really good start, if nothing. I don't know why Final Boss went back in there. I mean, obviously, excuse me, wrong name. I was going to say Metro. Crab had to run away. They had no health really remaining. They had to pull back. They did not have the healing factor to really sustain that fight. Obviously, the Deathmaster then comes in. So it was a possible 5v5, but with Crab being so weak, they instead pull back. But because of that, it means they take a 4-on-5, and for some reason, instead of running, they just take the fight. That's going to cost them so much. It helps level out the playing field. The gold is still a very wide gap, but they are going to secure this Otacon, which is perfect for them because they haven't picked up a single major objective, which seems counterintuitive. No way.
They might secure it, but they might lose the fight after this. Crab does have his Death Realm. Is finally going to use it onto Broogie. Is going to try to do some extra damage, but he might fall down there. There's Call of the Forge God. Crab going to fall down, so unfortunate. If Final Boss Esports just all ran in there in sync, it might have been enough, but just not quite fast enough. Syndicate finding inches from Final Boss Esports cracks in their armor here, but still, it's still going to be a long road for Syndicate to come back from this.
Yeah. 3 marks now from the Kindred. But yeah, that is actually massive because, again, that's the first major objective that Syndicate have gotten. So that Crown of Carnage buff is not going to give them a lot. It's really not going to give them anything. However, seeing as Final Boss have taken pretty much everything on the Rift, denying that extra 25% bonus from all of it is massive.
Yeah.
So while it does not really give them an advantage per se, it helps stop the bleeding and prevents Final Boss from snowballing even harder than they already are. That being said, we need to see some turns from Syndicate. Obviously, still about 5k gold lead down. So there's still a large mountain to climb. But if they can win some of these next fights, level out the playing field a little bit, maybe win a major objective fight like this Baron that's going to be coming up in the next 15-ish seconds, that could be enough room for them to have a foothold. But they need to start winning now. They need to find an opening.
Yeah, they have to find something, right? Even though they're only about down to 2 kills, it's about 5k gold, like you said, to Final Boss Esports. I mean, they're just so well within control of this game. Baron has just spawned as well. So it's like Syndicate can't really walk where they need to walk to get vision or to just get pressure to just find avenues back into this game. I mean, if you just look at the items right now, thankfully, Ornn is starting to come online. It is about an extra 3k worth of stats going over to Syndicate because of the ornaments. So it does kind of equalize that gold lead a little bit. But you still have, like, Melly is on 3 items. Metro's on 3 items. Crab is about to hit his 3rd item as he's getting there. 2 items for Deathmaster. So it's like all the people you need to have items, like your mid, your ADC, have items, and your top and your jungle
Yeah.
are just right at that peak of just getting to a point where they're just going to be unstoppable. Once they get their third items, it's going to be next to like impossible for Syndicate to do anything unless they can somehow equalize the gold lead in some way.
Yeah, absolutely. And the read is here from Final Boss. They know that they're gonna want to play for this Baron. Crab is gonna get
Yep. On the
spotted.
Hunt is going to
He's
be
gonna go for the
used
flank.
there. And there's the Charm. It's going to pick up 3 there. Possibly 4. No, Jake's going to be able to get out of that. Call of the Foot is going to be used. But I don't think it's going to do all much for the Melee. Is on a rampage. Going to be the next target there. And there you go. Double kill there. Metro in a 1v2. Can he stay alive? There's the slice and the dice. There's the twirl. Triple kill going over to Melee.
That
Can
game?
he get the quad? No, he cannot. And
That's game.
I think, yeah, I think that's game. Final Boss Esports were able to do it. The brink of defeat after those first 2 games with how close they are. The third game being an absolute wash for them. The fourth one coming out with a comeback with them. And this last one, I want to say was a bit of a wash as well. Final Boss Esports reverse sweep Syndicate in the quarterfinals.
Okay. I mean, 3 incredibly close games. 3 games. The first 2 were very, very close. Final Boss easily could have won, but struggled to get over the line. Last game was a very good response from Syndicate, but not able to get over the line themselves. But the 2 games that weren't, it was Final Boss's games. I mean, they won the first game in 22 minutes and they won this one in 26. Just domination from Final Boss, really coming alive when they absolutely needed to. And you have to think to yourself, at some point, the mental must have been hit for Syndicate because the dropping quality of performance, you could see it. Game number 3 was so it almost felt like they were very comfortable. Like, okay, we'll give them a game. But then last game, the excuse me, not say last game. The fourth game, they were really going. They really wanted to close it out, but they just couldn't go it over the line. And this game, it just kind of felt a little lame duck. They were just there and they were getting kills and they were doing things. But the first major objective or this first neutral objective besides Scuttles that they secured was Otacon. They gave up all 4 Drakes. They gave up all 6 Grubs. And at that point, they were already down like 6 turrets. So they were already in the mud and they needed to pull themselves out. And at no point did it really feel like they had the willpower to do so. They kind of got lucky that there was a bit of an overextension from Final Boss, where they easily probably could have just pulled back, got the Otacon, and won earlier. So while Syndicate had a really, really strong start, Final Boss seemingly just had the better mental and they had the better grit and determination. And they not even drag themselves, they sprint past the finish line to secure their spot in semis.
Yeah, they just did a phenomenal job here. And the biggest thing about it was, like you said, Final Boss having the better mental here. Those first 2 games for both teams must have been draining, right? Because it was so
Oh,
close
yeah.
for both the teams. And that's the biggest thing. It's like you look at Syndicate and you saw it was a 2-0, and you're like, oh my gosh, Syndicate is just so much better. And it's like, well, if you actually watch the games, it really wasn't playing out that way. It wasn't just a wash. Syndicate really didn't just win these games outright. Final Boss put up a fight, and they just had a couple of mistakes that if they fixed, very minor and simple mistakes, I might add, that
Yeah.
they could have been the one starting off 2-0. So when you look at it just from a pure score perspective after the first 2 games, it's like Syndicate is the clear favorites. But it's like when you actually look and analyze the games while they're happening, you realize, oh my goodness, these games were astronomically close. And the only
Yeah.
time when the games weren't close in this series, Final Boss was the one that won them.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I mean, the storylines write themselves. Syndicate was a team coming into this on the upswing. They had, again, a rough start to the split, but I don't think they've lost since really midway through the season. And they lost to some really good teams. So you kind of coming into this as the favorites, they were really strong. I believe they also beat Final Boss. I can double check. I think they beat Final Boss last week. Yeah, they beat Final Boss 2-1 last week. So they were coming in on the high horse. They were coming in with the momentum, and Final Boss. I mean, in total reality, remember this is if this was a best of 3, Syndicate would have won. But it's
Yeah.
not a best of 3. It's the playoffs. This is where it matters. This is where everything comes to a close. And in the best of 5, Final Boss show that they can close it out.
Yeah, it really was a journey, and it was just nice that the games, well, I would say the games, were actually close, but I mean between this game and the third game that Final Boss won, I mean they were completely washes. I feel like the third game more than this one. But I feel like if there was gonna be a time for there to be game, at least a single game that was gonna be a complete wash, I would want it to be the team on their way to the reverse sweep. Because it
Absolutely.
just shows that, like, hey, these first 2 games were so close, and then like Final Boss comes out swinging in that third game, and it's like, oh hey, look at that, like we just absolutely dominated. And then the fourth game being very close, and for them to just get right over that finish line to bring themselves to this fifth game. And I feel like that's the crazy thing. It's like Final Boss were like kind of the underdogs for these last 3 games, and they really just kept it up in their mental to be like, hey, it's fine. Like, I mean, these games were close. These games were super close. I mean, we can win this just as easily these next 3 games. I mean, like after this first 2 games, it's like reset mental. It's a best of 5 series. Both teams are at 0. We're just gonna 3-0 sweep them now. And that's exactly what Double Lift actually said for the reverse sweep against TSM in 2019 spring finals. And that's really the mentality you need to really come in and win these. And another thing he said, once you figure out a team and you understand what makes them tick, then you can easily reverse sweep, right? It doesn't become really that much of an issue, because unless they change
Yeah.
their play drastically, which Syndicate not only did not change their play drastically, but they were actually performing worse throughout the games from 3, 4, and 5 compared to the first 2 games. I would say a bit of a buffer for game 4, because it was still close and they still
Yeah.
gave it their best shot, but it was like that game 4 was more like just the last breath of fresh air. It was like the last push, right? And it just wasn't enough. And after that, it was like a dead on crash, because the
Yeah.
performance just wasn't
was
there for the 5th game compared to how it was at the beginning of the series.
Yeah, it was the runner's high before the crash at the end. But yeah, no, just to kind of give a full rundown of the state of the playoffs here for the LFA, though, the other game is still ongoing and it's still way too early to tell. They're actually still in a pause right now. So 6-3, it's way too close and it's way too early to tell what's going to happen in that one. But we do see Final Boss with the reverse sweep secure their spot in semis. One of the perks of being the number 1 team at the end of the split beyond the bye, and you could tell me if I'm wrong here, Sheepus, but I believe they also get their selection of who they wish to play in the semis.
Yeah, so yeah, ID
Which,
gets the selection. Yeah.
yeah, that's going to be very scary because obviously BTL a really good team, but Mint are possibly on the reverse sweep path, and if they do that, Mint's one of the only teams that ended up beating ID, even if it was in the last game. That kind of really didn't mean all that much. They still beat them. They still were able to do so. So, do you want to take someone like Mint or Black Twitch League who just beat one of the people who beat you, or do you want to go against Final Boss, who is very clearly had a rough start, but just has that great determination? The mental won't get disrupted. So even if you think you're winning dominantly, who knows? You never know how it's going to play out. So it's going to be a weird selection for them. I'm sure ID are going to have to put a lot of thought in the next week about who they want to play. But I believe that does it for us here for this week. Again, special thanks to our production team. Special thanks to Yushi for joining me on the desk. As always,
Absolutely.
best play-by-play in the business. Special thanks to the players, like special thanks to the players. We
Yeah,
did not have that many
banger.
best of 3s throughout the regular season, but man, they have come in the playoffs, both sides of the playoffs, making it to game 5. So massive shout outs to everyone playing, making it entertaining. Special thanks to Syndicate for coming out and showing out. Obviously, it had been eliminated. So We hope to see you strong coming into the next split. Final boss, we'll see you next week. Your opponent to be determined. But again, thanks to the teams, the players, TOs, of course, and as always, to you, the viewers. If you are not watching, we aren't doing it for any other reason. So thank you. But that is, I think, it for the night. Anything from you, Sheep?
No, that's pretty much all there is to it. It was a banger of a series, and I'm glad I was able to cast it, and I'm glad we got Silver Scrapes. I'm glad we got a banger game out.
Absolutely. Well, you can catch us same time, same place next week, 8 EST, the only time zone that matters on this channel for the semis. And hopefully they're going to be just as big of bangers as this game was. But we'll see you then. See you next week.